right, everybody. We are live from Junction City, Kansas. Here. We are live from Junction City, Kansas, and you can see we have a storm. We have a storm that has developed on the dry line out here in Kansas. We have a storm that has developed on the dry line. You can see right here, you can see the edge of the storm. Look at the anvil. See the anvil? That's that line part. I would say probably about 70 to 80% of the chasers today are up in Iowa or Minnesota. There's a decent bit of them down also near the Red River, near Wichita Falls, southwestern Oklahoma. And then there's a few chasers who decided to come out to eastern Kansas, central to eastern Kansas today. And you can see we have another tower going up right over here to our north. Right now, I think this southern guy looks a little bit more juiced, but probably going to go after this southern one here. But we are in Junction City, Kansas, guys. Junction City, Kansas. We already have a severe thunderstorm warning. We're about to go get on to this guy. I really don't think it's going to have much potential to produce a tornado in the next hour or so. But I think around dinner time, 5:30 to 6 o'clock, we'll see things really ramp up because that low-level shear is not very strong right now. So that low-level shear is not very strong right now. I'm actually wondering when they're about to issue a tornado watch. It's got to be coming. It's got to be coming soon. I don't know if they've had a mesoscale discussion out, and they said 95% chance of a watch. So I mean, it's coming. There's a watch. They issued a watch for Oklahoma and Texas, and then we're about to see a watch issued for Kansas and also parts of far southeastern Nebraska near the Missouri River, as well as southwestern Iowa and northwestern Missouri. Yesterday, we weren't on those tornadoes in Nebraska. We ended up being in the Texas Panhandle. And the Texas Panhandle was a very conditional threat, but it almost went off, and it just couldn't quite get it done. And then the day before that, we were in Oklahoma. And for those of you guys who saw our stream on, I believe it was Saturday maybe, in Oklahoma, that's what we got in Oklahoma while everyone else was in New Mexico. So we made a good call to go to Oklahoma on that day. Look at this just incredible pipe of a tornado. Look at that incredible just pipe of a tornado in Oklahoma. So that's what we got the other day, and then being all the way down in southern Oklahoma kind of put us out of position a little bit. But it looks like it's going to be this storm up here. It's coming right at. I mean, we don't even have to move. I might get to Chapman just to get a little bit onto this thing, so to give you guys, so we don't have to sit here and watch it from this Walmart parking lot for, an hour, because it'll be here in about an hour probably. But we're gonna go catch it. So I think right when it gets to Junction City, Manhattan area, it'll start being able to produce a tornado. You could even see stuff fire down a little bit further south, kind of near Salina, maybe just to the east of Salina. You could see more storms fire to the south, and you're also going to see storms fire to the north. They already are trying to, but I'm going to go ahead and play this southern one. We're going to go ahead and want to play this guy because this guy is the strongest one right now by far. We have very good moisture out ahead of this thing. The environment is untapped, at least for the next 2 or 3 hours. around sunset, we'll start to get a cap back in. But at that point, if we have a mature supercell with a good low-level jet, it's not going to matter. That cap will be broken through easily by any tornado trying to form. We also have more backed winds out to the east a little bit. We have Topeka got up to 81 degrees, so that's a good sign. Nebraska City got up to 83 degrees, and we have moisture streaming north. The dew points are a little bit lower maybe than I was maybe anticipating. Let's see here. Our dew points are in the mid 60s. So you see that green, the red number is your temperature. There's those green dew points. We're going to go ahead and get onto this thing now, guys. We're going to get out of this parking lot here, and we're going to get onto the storm. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're going to head toward Abilene, Kansas.
Starting to Abilene. Proceed to East Chestnut Street. And turn right.
We're going to be streaming for max velocity today. So, here we go, boys. Here we go, boys and girls. Here we go. Today, look, I'm like, the weather's crazy and anything can always happen, of course. But, so you never know for sure. But you know, a lot of times I feel either more confident or less confident. Yesterday, I was very confident that if a storm fired, it was going to go really big. Today, we don't really have the question of if storms will fire or not. We did a couple days ago. We weren't sure, but the models and the environment have really trended towards storms firing, and it was clear by about lunchtime today that there is going to be 100% chance of storms firing out here into Kansas. So today, I think that if a storm goes, it's going to tornado. I really do. I really do. I really think if something goes, it'll tornado. So, and we have something that went. So, I mean, here we go. We're going west towards the storm now. We're going to get onto the interstate. We got a full tank of gas here. 350 miles left on the tank. So we should be good for the rest of the chase. Look at that updraft. Nuke! 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 Look at that nuke! Wow, look at that nuke! That's gonna... Wind shear's not quite there yet. But in the next 1 to 2 hours, that wind shear is going to start really picking up. Guys, 30 minutes ago, we didn't even have agitated cumulus, and now we have a full-blown supercell here. This road's extremely bumpy. Sorry about the phone going up. I got my phone on a little mount here off of my mirror, and it's really getting bumpy here. Absolute nuke going off here in Kansas. Near Abilene and Solomon, Kansas, just to the east of Salina. Sorry, this storm formed just to the east of Salina. I think we could even have more development down towards McPherson or Heston or Newton, Kansas, down south. Wichita, you might be just a little bit. Wichita, you might be just a little bit too far south there, but we'll see. You can see we have an updraft right in front of us. I might get out of. I might not get quite on this thing yet. We have an updraft out ahead of us. You can see there on the right. There's another updraft. Our main updraft is over here on the backside, and I don't think we have to worry about dry air making these storms die. That was one of my concerns, was there'd be too much dry air in the atmosphere, and that dry air can kind of that dry air can go that dry air can get into the storm and eat at it. So that dry air will eat at the storm, and it can ultimately kill the storm. But our storm looks extremely healthy. It does not look like the dry air is going to affect it too much here. It looks extremely healthy. 4,000 surface-based cape, probably somewhere around 3,000 mixed level or mixed layer cape. The wind shear, like I said, is not quite. The wind shear isn't quite conducive for tornadoes, but when you have this much cape and you have thermodynamics this strong, it doesn't take a ton. It does not take a ton for you to get a tornado. You can have you just need a little bit of turning winds with height, and you can get a tornado with these kind of thermodynamic profiles. Your thermodynamic profile is kind of like the instability or the juice in the air, is how I'd explain that. That's the column of rising air that makes your storm cloud billow up into the atmosphere. So I'll probably go a few more miles here. I want to find a good highway north and south, because I don't want to get too far onto a storm, and then all of a sudden it looks like, hey, I need to be somewhere else, and then I can't get into position. So we're probably gonna stop around Chapman, Kansas, and kind of just sit and wait, because this thing probably doesn't have any tornado potential in the next few minutes for sure. I think it's going to be a little bit longer. I think tornado potential, I think we got another 30 minutes to an hour before we really start talking. But hey, you never know. These things happen very fast. You see how fast our storm really went up into the atmosphere. I mean, this storm, hey, look, you can see, look at the inflow. Look at the inflow streaming in on the south, on the east side. Look at the inflow streaming in on the east side. A tornado watch has just been issued for southwestern Iowa all the way down to about I-70 in Kansas, which is where we are right now. So we now have a tornado watch, guys. We now have a tornado watch. I know for you guys that tune in my streams more often, I know I said I was going to get a. See, even look at this little cell. See that tail cloud already coming into this little guy right here? But I know I said I was going to get I was going to get some overlays on the stream, and I apologize that that's not done yet. I have everything I need to get those overlays ready. I just have had a hard time figuring out how to get them set up. The hardest one to do is the radar. I want the live radar on the stream. That's not an easy thing to do. So I'm gonna have some people come help me out, and then I'll get all those overlays onto the stream. We'll have probably a live radar in the right corner, in the bottom right corner of the screen. Probably have my location down there on the bottom. Maybe I'll add stuff like the temperature. So I'm just gonna go. Let's see. I'm just gonna find a road, and we're just gonna sit and watch this thing for a little bit. Let's see. I'm just gonna find a road, probably drive up here, and we're just gonna sit and watch. And then as this thing gets closer to us and it becomes more apparent where exactly we need to be to get a tornado, then we'll really get on it. And you can see to our north now. Look at this. We got storms going up to the north too. So those guys right there are probably going to end up being supercells that track all the way up into the far northeast corner of Kansas, maybe even southeastern Nebraska. Eventually, all of this is headed towards St. Joseph. I think Kansas City, I think you're going to be just kind of out of things. I think you're going to be just to the north, Kansas City. So, or sorry, I think it's going to be just north of Kansas City today. Maybe could get into the north metro of Kansas City if we have the storm go south of us. But if this storm is the farthest southerly storm, then Kansas City's probably going to be all right. It'll be more like St. Joseph, maybe Leavenworth. Is it Leavenworth or Leavenworth? I don't know. Chat, let me know which one it is. I don't know how to pronounce some of these places, but Leavenworth, Atchison, Kansas. I don't know what other towns are up there. Nebraska City, you're under the gun today. Far southwestern Iowa, some of the same places that got hit a couple weeks back. Shenandoah. So, guys, we have a view of kind of two cells right here, and we're just really kind of going to sit and watch these guys right here, see what they do. Of course, I got the annoying kind of rain that's like not enough to really want to run the wipers, but just enough to where like it could mess up the camera focus. You can already see inflow on the east stream. You can see that cloud. See this cloud right here? That's inflow that's streaming into that base. And you can also see this storm over here has some inflow streaming into the base. It's so early, guys. I mean, these storms are like only 20, 30 minutes old. I mean, they're brand new storms here, so. I mean, these storms are 20, 30 minutes old, not even. These are brand new storms here. So we got an interesting look here on radar. You can see kind of like a big cluster in a line. And that might not be the greatest sign for tornadoes, but I think eventually you're going to see this guy right here probably like carve itself out. So see this, probably this one right here on that leading edge. You're going to see this carve itself out, and it's headed right towards us. So we're just going to sit here. Unless something north really goes up in the next 10 minutes and we got to move north, we're just going to sit right here, just to the west of Junction City, just north of Chapman, just to the east of Abilene, Kansas here. We do have another cell to our north. And that cell, you know, it could end up being semi-interesting here. But like I told you guys, these things are just not really ready for a tornado quite yet. We have to get a little bit more wind shear, and let me show you what I'm looking at here when I say we don't have quite enough wind shear yet. So what really drives a lot of these supercells and or more tornadoes than supercells, but what really drives it is the low-level jet, and that's you'll hear me refer to it as a low-level jet, and that is your wind. Maybe those are your winds up in the atmosphere about a mile off the ground, so they're not very far off of the ground. Those winds, the low-level jet, it's not very far off the ground, but those are the winds that really make those mesocyclones spin, really make your storm spin. We already have a base. We might have a wall cloud soon here. Um, we might have a wall cloud here soon, but I'll show you guys here what I'm talking about. Actually, our low-level jet isn't really that bad right now, but it's not anything incredible. So you can see here, the tan and the yellow is a little bit stronger winds, and the green is a little bit lighter. So you can see out here, we kind of have a lot of those greens right now. But look at what happens as the storms move east. 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m. They move east, and look, you have more of these tan and yellow winds. Those are about 40 to 50 mile an hour winds just a mile above the surface. And guys, this storm is a beast. This storm is becoming a beast. I think this is going to be the guy. Gosh, this thing is going to be a monster. You can see the base back there, and look at our cumulus. I'm going to take you guys outside. Hopefully, I have decent connection. Sounds like I do have good connection. So we have a little cell right there, and you can see this little tiny supercell right there. And the fact that these little storms are so small, but they already look like supercells is a good sign. Here's our bigger storm right here. You can see how big that base is. And actually, I have a view. I'm going to get a view here. But see, there's a tail cloud in the distance. We're not quite close enough yet. There's already a tail cloud in the distance. You have moisture. See these low clouds right here? Sorry guys. You have moisture streaming into the storm. See those low clouds right there? That's inflow. That's moisture. That's all going to stream right into this thing. I think we have a wall cloud on this storm already. And look at our anvil. Just look at this thing. This thing already stretches out 30, 40, 50, 60 miles here. Wow. What a nuke of an updraft. So guys, we just got to be patient here. It's going to go soon. It's going to go soon. We just got to be patient. Trust the process. Storm chasing is all about patience. But I assume, and this could be this could change based off storm mergers and other factors, but I would assume that this storm is going to end up being photogenic because there's so much dry air up aloft. You have so much dry air. But maybe. Well, we have another storm to the south that might be the one too. I don't know. So we kind of have two storms going up right on top of each other right now. We'll see how this all plays out. These storm tops are already above 50,000 feet. I think the one to the south might be the one that ends up taking over. But we just gotta wait. We just gotta patiently wait here. Patience, patience, patience. Whenever a storm looks dominant, we'll go get on it. Both of these storms have some rotation on them already. So I'll show you guys here. See just to the south of Solomon, see how there's some red right there just to the south of Solomon and west of Abilene? And then you have a little bit of green. That's some rotation right there. And you can also see this storm right here, down here. This storm, oh wow, this storm south of Salina already has a big hook on it. We might just go for that storm right there. Look at that big hook on there, and it's already got some rotation. Near Salina, sorry, not Salina. I'm so sorry, Salina. Guys, I cannot talk. Yeah, that thing's going to go huge. We're going to go ahead and drop south, I think, towards Holland. Or we might go towards Abilene here, and then, well, let's see. What's my fastest route to south of Abilene? All right, guys, we're going to be driving in the rain a little bit, but we're going to start going towards... Oh, wow, look at, hey, this is a good sign here. Look at what road we're on. Rain Road. I don't know if you guys can see that. Rain Road. It's not focused. Like, Rain Road right there. That's hilarious. Rain Road. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get south on that one to the southwest. That thing is going to produce a tornado soon. I have a good feeling. So we got to get on this. We're going to blast on we're going to be on this storm in about 15 minutes. All right, chat. Hey, if you guys are saying stuff in chat, or you send any donations or anything like that, if I'm not able to read your chats or donations or Venmos or whatever, I apologize. It's hard to do that while on the chase. Now, sometimes if I have a buddy with me in the car and I'm not constantly driving, I may be able to do that stuff. But when I'm out here soloing these chases by myself, it's very difficult for me to read stuff that you guys send to me or say in chat. So if you do send something my way, please send me a message on Instagram or Twitter and let me know. My Instagram is the same as my YouTube handle, and so is my Twitter. So we already have a wall cloud in front of us. We already have a base wall cloud in front of us, although I think it's the one behind this one that's going to be our main guy. It's already really wrapping up. So this one's rotating. I wonder if this one can turn into the main guy too. I'm not sure. It might. I don't know. We might. It could be both, and it also could be both of them too. It could just be both storms. It's a very plausible scenario. But that might be the one in front of, well, oh, no. What? We have three storms here. We have three bases here, I think. But there's one right in front of us. So you can see we already have a wall cloud kind of base. I wouldn't say it's a wall cloud, maybe just a base in front of us. It's becoming a wall cloud. But that one behind it looks even more... potent on a radar. It just has that look. This one kind of looks a little bit messier, more rain. One behind it looks like maybe it's a little bit more of a classic supercell. Anyways, I think all of these storms will do it. The one right here, the one behind it, they probably will all do it. But you can see we already have a supercell with a, I'm going to say that's a, it's a non-rotating wall cloud. It's not really it doesn't really have much rotation. There's a little bit of rotation above in the middle of the in the mid levels of the storm, but there's not much rotation on the south. But I'm looking at this thing right here, guys. I'll show you this. This storm back here, you can literally see it hooking. See that hook? See that hook on that storm right there? But anyway, these things are not even in a great. These things aren't even in that great of an environment right now. I guess these things will be moving pretty quick. So if we get behind one of these storms, we're probably not going to be able to get back on it. That's why I'm hesitant to gamble on the western storm, because what if that storm dies and the one right in front of us ends up becoming the main storm, right? That's kind of my thought process there. But I do have an interstate right here, so that may make it a little bit easier here to maybe hop back on a storm if we had to. Let's see. Hey, we got a little bit of a rotating supercell with a wall cloud right in front of us here. A little bit higher base right now. Those bases are going to come down. Wouldn't say it's super high base by any means, but a little bit of a higher base, as these things are just kind of forming. Usually these storms off the dry line form and a little bit less moisture, and then as they move east, they hit a little bit better moisture as they move off to the east. And these storms are also going to be not just encountering better moisture, better wind shear as they move off to the east. Okay, so we're getting pretty close. So right now, not too impressed with the first storm, but it's so early. This thing can change very quickly. I think I'm going to go towards the storm farther back, and we'll see which one actually ends up doing it. You can see there's already a little bit of rotation, a little bit of scud coming into the storm. I mean, these storms are so young into their life cycle, so we're going to give them a little bit of time too. Don't want to judge them too quick. Like I said, I don't want to judge a storm too quickly, and then it ends up going to my east, going big time, and then I miss it. So I think the southern one is going to be the guy. I think the southern storm is going to be the guy. I really do. I think the meso is stronger. It's a little bit more clear. Well, the meso on this one isn't nothing. Right now, this one's very rainy. This one's very rain wrapped. I don't love that look. Obviously, from a think I'm just going to sit here because neither one of these storms are going to produce a tornado right now. I think I'm just going to sit here on the eastern one. There's some rotation right there. I think I'm just going to sit here on the eastern one and wait for it to hit the better wind shear here. We might get some hail here. Guys, I'm going to sit here for a second and just think. That's a lot of storm chasing, sitting and just thinking here. But the storm is about to overtake us here, so if we want to see something, we're either going to have to go west or east here. I don't know what town I'm in. I might be in I might be in Abilene, Kansas. Alright, I'm going to sit here and break down some of this radar. Well, shoot, this storm right here is already getting a lot of rotation on it, so I might just play. Dude, this storm's rotating pretty good, so. I might just play this one as it's going east. It's rotating right now, so I might just head back. I might just turn back around and go east, and then we can figure it out. I want to put myself in position to possibly chase anything and everything. Now, the thing is, all these storms are very similar, so they're all kind of going to do the same thing, I think, so I don't think it's going to matter a ton. They're in a similar environment, but this one to the east might have a better shot at getting low-level shear first. It also might be, oh, here we go. This is a sign. Oh my gosh, Tornado Alley Lanes. Let me take a snapshot of that. Tornado Alley Lanes. Look at that. We're cooking now. Alright, let me get east here. We're going to get back out ahead of this thing. We can get back out ahead of it pretty quick here on the interstate. So we've been on Rain Road, and now we've been on Tornado Alley Lane. Alright guys, I'm going to go ahead and stay east because I can always get east faster than I can get west. Okay, look at this thing. This thing already has a mesocyclone. This thing already has a mesocyclone. We're looking right up at the mesocyclone here. Look at this. It already has a nice base and a mesocyclone. This is rotating right here. right to here on the left. This is rotating. It could drop a tornado soon if it tightens up. It's a little bit nebulous right now, but if that tightened up, it could try and produce a tornado. The rotation, like I said, is a little bit weak, but if it tightened up, could produce. It could produce something here. Look, you can see these little inflow tails. Look at those little clouds right there. That's inflow. That's inflow piping into the storm. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. If this storm already looks this good right now, I think that it's gonna be a long night. This storm looks pretty dang good for only being alive for about 45 minutes here. So it could be a long night if these things really can get cooking here. It's a large, broad, rotating base. It's not tight or anything. It's not tight, but it has a little bit of rotation. All right, y'all. We're now getting ahead of the storm a little bit, so I'm going to go ahead and... The storm looks a little bit less organized right now than it did 2 minutes ago. Like 2 minutes ago, we had a circular base. With rotation. That storm to the southwest, I might end up going for that one, guys. I might end up going for that storm to the southwest. Right now, kind of glad I'm not in Iowa. There's not much happening up in Iowa. Okay, if you're just tuning into the stream, make sure to like the stream, please, guys. It helps YouTube push out my stream on the algorithm. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. If you want these live tornado chases, please subscribe to the channel. I do have stream upgrades coming soon. So, guys, I think these storms are going to go nuts here in the next hour. I really believe that these storms are about to go nuts. All right, guys, I'm going to get you guys a view of this thing. Let me turn off and around here. I'm just going to get a view of this guy right here. Not a ton of rotation right now, but there definitely is a little bit. Alright, guys, I'm afraid we might be cooking soon here. I'm going to show you guys the radar real quick here. We have two areas of rotation. We have one right on top of us there. You can see those reds in the screen touch. This one is really getting me interested down there towards Chapman. That really kind of looks like the most interesting one right now to me. I'm not seeing much on this one right here. Yeah, but that one by Abilene could be cooking here soon. It's going to head right into us. These storms have 2-inch hail observed on these things. 2-inch hail observed right now. So we're not going to want to mess around in the hail core too much here. So I'm trying to figure out if I want to go east with this storm right here that we're watching right now, or if I want to go west. Because now we're getting the RFD in here. Alright. We're going to go just a little bit east. We're going to go just a little bit south here and then a little bit east. I can't see much behind me. There's not a car coming to smash into me. Alright guys, so we're going to stay on the easterly. I'm trying to decide here if I want to do the easterly storm or the westerly storm here. And it's not an easy choice. I'm kind of leaning towards staying on the easterly storm because here's why. These storms are moving from west to east, right? So if I'm staying on the easterly one, and the storm to the west looks really. If I'm staying on the east storm and the one to the west looks really good, then I can just say, oh hey, let me just blast west, and I can get on that storm real quick within like 10 or 15 minutes. But if that one to the east, if the one to the east is the one that's looking good, and I go west, it's going to be tougher for me to get back to the east. If that makes any sense, because the storms are moving from west to east, it'll be easier for me to stay on the ones east than to get on the western storms. And it's only 5:30, guys. We don't really pick up environment wise until about 6 or 7. So the environment is just now really starting to get going here. So I'm gonna stay to the east, and then if I have to, we can always get back to the west. I'm trying to. Our photographs aren't really that big right now, so it's gonna be hard to get a tornado right now because our photographs aren't that impressive right now. They're gonna increase. They're gonna increase real soon here. They're gonna increase real soon here. So to get tornadoes, we need that low-level wind this year to really crank the storm. And right now, these storms don't quite have that low-level wind shear, but they can pick that shear up. Once they pick that shear up, they will produce really quickly. And it looks like here by about 7 p.m., 6 to 7 p.m. to even 8 p.m., we're really going to increase wind shear on these things out ahead of them. So, and then I think by 8 or 9 p.m., if we still have a dominant supercell, it could go really crazy here, right around right before dusk, right before the sun sets. So stuff is beginning to initiate. Stuff is beginning to initiate in Texas right now on that far southern target. That northern target up in Iowa isn't really doing a ton right now. So we'll see how that one. We'll see how that one pans out. There's a guy riding his bike right there. Sorry guys for the quick reaction. But we'll see how that one pans out. I'm kind of liking the storm on the. I'm kind of liking the storm near Abilene to my west here. I think it's going to get some. I think it's going to get some favorable mergers here. And I think it's going to turn right. I think that one over Abilene might be our guy. So we can very quickly get on these things. There's also another one up towards Leonardsville, Kansas, and Blue Rapids. But I'm going to go ahead and probably lean towards going towards Abilene here. The rotation should be right off to my left. And to be honest with you guys, this storm right now for me doesn't look that visually impressive. So it looks very visually impressive. It looked very visually impressive like 15 minutes ago, and it's kind of lost its appearance. So I think we're going to go ahead and head to the south here. But I don't know. Oh gosh. These are tough calls, always tough calls. I guess if we really had to, we can always hop on 70 and get back onto the one. Get back onto the one to the east. This looks like another storm chaser right here. So we're going to try to get a view of the one in Abilene. This storm looks very rain-wrapped and looks a little bit weak to me. The one near Abilene looks a bit stronger. I think I can get a view of it right here. I'd have done this. This one doesn't look that impressive to me right now. Visually unimpressive storm here. There it is. There it is off to the visually unimpressive here. Now, these things will change fast, so like I said, we need to get that low-level shear. We don't have that low-level shear yet. There's quite a few chasers starting to pop up on these things. So we're definitely not alone out here, but there's definitely not a ton of chasers out here today. A lot of them went up north. So I'm looking to see if this storm's going to get any scud on it. And if it can get some scud under the base, then it could be game on. It just needs to get some scud and start to rotate a little bit. All right, here we go. Look, it looks a little bit better right now. It already looks a little bit better. It already looks a little bit better there. You can see it right there. You can see the base right in front of us. There might be rotation right behind us on this storm to the north. That looks very rain wrapped. That one to the south doesn't look quite as rain wrapped, but it's going to get nudged. We might get some of that hail soon. We do have a 2-inch hail confirmed on this thing, so let's watch it. But like I said, guys, we really got to wait till after 5 p.m., I think, for us to really get a tornado threat on any of these things. But right now, this storm looks like the best one to me. I think it's going to do it at some point today. There's already some broad rotation on it. Let me go find a better. I'm gonna go find a better place to sit, and we'll pull into a little spot. This could mean giving up on the storm to the east, which could be a mistake, but I think this one to the west is going far. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a call and say this one to the west looks a little bit better to me. But that one to the east produced a tornado. It wouldn't be surprising either. They might all produce tornadoes today. I don't know. Some setups you want to be on that lead supercell, the one with a better push from the storm behind it. But I think this one looks pretty healthy right here. So, like I said, we can always blast. We can always blast on 70 and get. If the one to the north really looked like it was going to go, we can always blast 70 and get out ahead of it. I almost do want to wait just a little bit longer, though. I'm not sure. No views right here with the trees in the way. I don't know. I don't want to totally commit to a storm quite yet because you want to give yourself the best chance for everything. But there's that one to the east right there, and then here's the one to the west. That looks a little bit meh. Looks a little bit meh right now. There's some trees blocking our view, but there we go. There's our storm. It's rotating in the mid levels. I think we just got to give these guys time. I think we just got to give these guys some time. Texas is just fired off its supercell now. Texas has just fired off a supercell there. Okay, guys, I think it's going to be this guy right in front of us. Look at the hook. Look at the hook on this guy right here. Look at that hook. Look at that hook on this guy. I think this guy is ramping up here. I think this guy's ramping up. Here we go. There's our supercell right there. Visually, it's not too impressive, honestly, guys. But this thing looks a little bit more impressive than it did 15 minutes ago. So we're just gonna have to keep with it here. I think this might be our guy for the day. It's starting to get that look. Starting to get that look on radar. And I'm starting to see a little bit of an increase here with its visual appearance. But there's a lot of rain behind it, so... The storm's starting to move pretty quick too now. Look at how fast it started to move. Uh, there's not much rotation on it right now, guys. The storm doesn't look visually impressive. It's a lot. This is kind of what I expected today. Storm's looking a little bit less impressive maybe than what they would look like on radar. We have another one developing now to the west of Abilene that could end up being the storm of the day. So we got multiple storms all going up here in unison. That could all be our storm of the day. So we're going to keep watching this one. We're going to move out. We're going to move a little bit east now. I think 7, 8, 9 p.m. is when these things could really cook, guys. 7, 8, 9 p.m. So these storms kind of need to do a little bit of a change in appearance here for me to really be impressed with them. But there's a lot of potential today if things go right. So I'm just going to go back a little bit north on this road here. I'm going to go back a little bit to the north, and then we're going to go east here. We're going to go maybe into the hail core a little bit. Well, we might stay just to the south of it. We may stay just to the south of that hail core, but right now these storms are not impressive, y'all. They're ugly storms right now, so we'll see if they can progress. We had that one really good circular mezzo for just a minute, and then after that it just didn't do much. So we still have 3 hours of daylight, or about 2.5 hours of daylight. So we're gonna see what these storms can do here. So just stick with me, guys. We're gonna see something much better later. Storms, and I've kind of picked west. I picked west, so I'm banking on it. And so we'll see if it's where to do it. I think it's gonna be this one. Guys, we're gonna lose side of the storm, but we'll get back on it. These storms aren't too mean looking to me right now. They need a lot of help. You know, a lot of help. That I kind of wish I was on that storm right now near Quanah, Texas. It looks crazy right now already, and it just developed. But we'll see if these ones. I think these ones can do it here. One near near Quanah, Texas, just to the west of Wichita Falls. That could be the guy. That could be the guy. Well, it's quite a ways west of Wichita Falls. It's closer to like Frederick, Oklahoma, El Dorado, Oklahoma. North Texas always seems to do special things. And if that one produced a good tornado, I would be feeling a little bit down because I woke up this morning in Shamrock, Texas, which is only about an hour and a half away from Lake Quanah. And then there's a target down in Texas tomorrow. So, but we're going to find a road here, get a view of this thing again here. Well, I don't really have a road for a little bit. There's a river. Oh, no, there's a river right here. So I do have 77 up here. Highway 77 I can take. So right now we're just kind of going to let our storm get organized here. It's going to take a little bit of time. These things are still pretty far west here. It's going to take some time. We just passed this guy earlier. This same bike. This guy needs to get inside soon, man. We just passed the same biker a little bit earlier. Good for a second, and now it's like, it's about to get another merger on its backside. So a lot of there's not a lot of low-level directional shit right now. I also think our winds are a little bit veered out of the southwest right now, and that could be affecting how much inflow these things are going to be getting. It could be affecting how much inflow these guys are going to get right now. So there's our storm off. We can see that's our storm off to the east, the one that we were initially on. And maybe that's the one we need to be on. I'm not sure. Maybe it's this one to the west. I'm not really sure right now where we need to be. That storm now is like all the way near Junction City. It's moving quicker than we are, so we may not be able to catch it. Not guys. Honestly, I was a lot more excited about an hour ago. I thought these storms were going to look right off the. Yeah, we're just here for this back storm. Now the front, maybe that means the front one is becoming dominant. Could be becoming dominant here. So we're gonna have to watch. That front storm might be becoming dominant here. But it doesn't look too impressive to me, but these things will change quick. You gotta remember that. Now, the back one might not be totally dead by any means. It just right now isn't looking too hot for that back storm. So we're going to go ahead and jump out ahead here. We're going to go ahead and jump out ahead of these things here. Get back out ahead of this eastern one. It looks so rain wrapped and just like a mess. So I don't know. Once we get on the I-70, we'll be able to move pretty fast here to get out on this one. We're in it for the long run, guys. We're in it. It's going to be a long evening. I still am confident that we're going to get some good storms and possibly some tornadoes. We have a tornado watch out. I don't know. I think it's till maybe 11 p.m. I mean, maybe a tornado watch is till like 11 p.m. or something like that. Can't remember for sure. But we still have a tornado watch out until 11 p.m. Here's a random forest of eastern Kansas here. We're in it for the long run. I still believe in these storms, guys. I still believe in these things here. They're just. We had that supercell get going and it died. Outflow from the front storm killed this guy, so I don't know. I still believe it could be these back. I still believe in these back ones. I don't know. It's just not a promising sight to see, though, when your storm gets killed by outflow. So we're gonna at least start going east for now, and then we might have to kick back west. It helps to have this nice interstate. It helps to have all these storms kind of running along the interstate. These storms are going to run right along into the north of the interstate, so that's nice. That means we're going to have better service because it's right next to the interstate. It means we're going to have a good east to west option, or west to east option, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, our storm to the west is dead now. So we'll see if it comes back alive, but we're going to have to blast east. It was looking really good for a minute, that Chapman one earlier. And it just kind of, just gone. Now I models the west really quickly, but you're on the interstate. You can't really just. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to, you could cut through the median, but that's illegal. So, the best option is to. Really, the best option is you have to drive all the way up to the next exit, and then you can turn around. So, is there a hazard up here? That's not ideal either. But right now, these guys look to the east that they're the play. Stupid outflow boundary just killed the one to the south, huh? So those are some negative storm interactions there. We might be having a flash flooding risk here setting up too. These storms are all kind of training right on top of each other, so we may have a bit of a flash flood risk out here. I'm still pretty confident that we're going to have strong storms start to really pick up here as the low-level jet starts to go crazy. We might have had too many storms fire, so we were wondering yesterday if we were going to get storms at all. Right now, we might have just had too many storms go up. There's some lightning right there. All right, guys, we're going to work to get back out ahead of this thing, back onto it. Said I had a good feeling about today. Now I just maybe have an okay feeling about today, so I'm kind of 50-50 now. I don't like how many storms developed. I think if we only had one or two storms, we'd be doing a lot better right now, but we almost had too many of them go up all at the same time, which is not usually ideal. That's not usually an ideal type of thing. If you have too many, you want some storms to go up, you want those storms to merge together, and then you want storms to stop. So you want storms to go up, you want them to merge together, and then you want those storms to quit and just leave the other storms, just leave them be, right? So that's what you want to happen, but does that always end up happening? No. Sometimes this will happen. You'll get stuff like this. I see some scud up in front of us. They're way out ahead of us. Guys, we really would love to be going a little quicker here, but too many storms initiated right now, so it's not a good sign for tornadoes. But we're going to try to keep going east. We're just going to get out ahead of these. That's the safest play to do. Way too many storms initiated here and went outflow dominant. So guys, we're going to stay on these things because that low-level jet will do crazy things. I'm telling you guys, you could have storms look very mediocre, and then that low-level jet, that wind a mile above the surface will get stronger. It'll come in and it'll totally change the whole dynamic of your storms. Yeah, guys, these storms are a linear outflow dominant mess. Yeah, guys, these things are not looking good at all. I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I wonder is if that outflow boundary. The only thing I wonder is if that outflow boundary can shoot south, interact with the dry line, and then fire up a storm and get a mesoscale accident to happen. That's the only thing I wonder. So I'm watching if that outflow boundary maybe like fires, like interacts with the dry line. Uh, but hey, we still have it's 6:16, so we still have about 2.5 hours until it's dark. So we have a lot of time to figure this out here, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and I don't know. I don't like any of these storms right now. I don't know what to do, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and stop at this next exit and just wait it out. So there's our storm right there. We have a decent little. We have like kind of a little supercell, but it's just not really pulling in much inflow at this point because we shot that outflow boundary south. So and it's getting a little bit of inflow now on its front side, but it's going to be difficult. So, uh, We're gonna need a new storm to blow off the dry line and go do something here. I don't know. Or maybe it will have to be this one. This one needs to fly east and then. Oh, that was my exit right there. Shoot, I missed my exit. Oh, guys, I missed my exit. Oops. Oh well. We'll have another one. No, we have another exit right here. There's another exit like a mile up. So I don't really know what to do. I can easily catch up to this storm, and I am catching up to this storm. But the echo tops even went down. I don't know why the echo tops tanked too. I should have a little bit of a. I should have a pull off right here. You can see some inflow is coming into this storm again, so I wonder if it's going to crank back up. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. What are we going to do? We have a cool looking storm, I guess. Okay, I mean, it's kind of a supercell right here. It's definitely a supercell. It's probably going to regain its supercell strength here. We can, I mean, you can see it right there. Um, but I mean, that ain't gonna do much interesting. Yeah, anything interesting right now? All right, so I'm gonna do a little bit of forecasting here to figure out what I really kind of want to do on this thing. Chat, we still got a chance. Maybe Texas was the play. Who knows? I didn't think we'd have a squall line. I didn't think we'd have a squall line right now. So right now I'm just to the south of Manhattan, Kansas, watching these storms. That one towards Manhattan, I think that'll end up getting out ahead of it and being the one maybe. Not sure. There's another storm. This is what I'm watching, guys, right here. So, sorry, let me show you guys this. So, I'm up here south of Manhattan, and see these storms shot out an outflow boundary. So this is an outflow boundary, right? There's an outflow boundary that these storms shot out. This storm near Manhattan is moving ahead of the outflow boundary, and it might try to rotate again and pull in some inflow now that it's ahead of this boundary. So this one could move off to the east towards like Louisville and Emmett and St. Mary's and produce stuff. But now I'm kind of watching this guy down here, all the way back west of Abilene again. I'm watching to see if this guy right there, because watch, this is 20 minutes ago. Look at that thing blow up. See that storm in the corner blow up? The one I circled. Look at that storm just blow up right there. So it could very well be that one blowing up towards Abilene that ends up going crazy soon in the next hour. I think it might be. I think that thing towards Abilene could do it. Its tops just went from like nothing to 100 in like just a few minutes. Now, if I leave this lead storm and this lead storm ends up going crazy, then I might regret that. Let me do a little bit of a deeper dive, just real quick, guys. I still have time to get out ahead of this storm, but I can't sit here for too long. Can't sit here for too long and try to decide. Now, the good news is, like I said, we do have this Interstate 70 right here, and we can kind of get places pretty quick here. Okay. Kind of. Okay. I don't know, guys. This is interesting. Interesting here. I want to watch and see if that one Altura East. Let me do some more analysis, y'all. Um, hmm. This is a lot of what storm chasing can be. Hmm. This is tough, guys. Just too many storms all. Just too many storms all at once. Just too many storms all at once. Dang it. So yeah, this guy doesn't have the look. All right, I'm gonna go south towards we're gonna go back towards Chapman and south. We're gonna go towards Woodbine. All right, guys. So this is what storm chasing is. It's a lot of driving in circles until you get it right. So we're gonna go back. We're going back. We're gonna have some pretty skies as we go back. So no dangerous storms. But guys, this I could look back. I could look back in a couple hours, and this could be a colossal mistake of a call. to make, leaving that storm to the east. But like seriously, the storm to the east has had an hour and a half to impress me, and it did for 5 brief minutes. So I'm gonna go towards some new development going up to the west of going up for some new development. You can see some storms developing, and look at what happened to these. Look at how high based these storms are, right? Like these are not tornado storms. These are not tornado storms. Like they are way too high base. So we're gonna have to dive back towards Junction City and then back to the west and just hope that one of these storms can turn right. The good thing is that outflow boundary looks like it's not really diving to the south, so I don't think it's gonna. So this outflow boundary is going to modify the air right here. So this isn't going to do any good. So that lead storm up by Manhattan could be the one, but we'll see. This tornado event overall from Minnesota down into Iowa, down into Kansas so far is not performing where it needs to be. So that's good news because if everything went right, this thing could have really been a dangerous outbreak for a lot of people. But it looks like this outbreak is going to kind of fall flat on its face, um, which is good news. I would love to see a tornado today in a field like this one to my right. Just dancing in a field. I'd love to see it. I don't know if it's going to happen anymore, but guys, we got a chance. So we got a couple more hours to see if anything's going to happen. It may not, but if it does, we're going to be there for it. If it does, we're going to be there for it. There's still storms firing off of the dry line here south of Salina and near Abilene. So I don't think anything. I was kind of originally wondering if anything was going to fire out near Wichita, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Right now, the Oklahoma storms look the most interesting down towards Frederick, right on the Red River. There's some big hail storms over near Sioux City, Iowa, and Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Uh, so we're going to have to hope that this storm blowing off to the west is going to go for us. If this storm goes for us, there's a shot it could produce a tornado, but it also may not go. We'll see. I'm not overly confident in anything, right? After seeing how these storms have been behaving today, I'm not overly confident in any scenario happening, except for maybe a bust of a chase. But you know what? It's okay, guys. We had tornadoes on 5 storm chases in a row. 5 storm chases in a row. We had tornadoes and strong tornadoes at that. So on a lot of those chases, it was strong tornadoes. So, if one of them, kind of busts, we busted yesterday in Texas, and then today so far is busted in Kansas. So that's just how it goes. If you get out and chase enough of these setups, and then the ones really do work out, they can really, really work out. So This setup so far is going the exact same as another setup I chased in the same area, uh, Manhattan, Junction City, Chapman, in the same area this last summer. And here's what happened: the storms went up. They looked really good early. They were near, like, I think they were near Chapman. They looked really good early, and then they collapsed, shot out an outflow boundary, and then a tornadic storm went massive later that evening down south on the dry line. So, and a lot of people on that chase last year gave up, and they like started going to like dinner in like Topeka or whatever, and then saw there's another storm firing and got on that storm. So we have some really, I mean, this is a really nice view. These storms are very pretty. So these guys aren't going to be producing tornadoes for us right now, but they are they're very pretty. But very low confidence right now in anything. Very, very low confidence in anything going. We're gonna need a storm to initiate off the dry line like it did earlier, and then we're gonna need storms to just kind of stop. We don't want any more storms to initiate off the dry line, because they keep initiating in a big line, and that's causing these things to go linear and then eventually go outflow dominant. So models kind of hinted at a little bit of that. So I'm not overly surprised. I'm more just surprised that they went outflow dominant. Models kind of hinted at a lot of storms trying to fire up in one spot, but they really didn't show quite something like this happening. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. If something happens, we'll get onto it. If it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. Tornado warning up in Minnesota for Albert Lee. Looks somewhat interesting, but not much is going on up there. The storms in Iowa and Minnesota are also doing the same things that these ones are doing. So there's already a flash flood warning out. There's already a flash flood warning out. For Abilene up towards Chapman, Junction City, and Manhattan, there's a flash flood warning. Observed flash flooding. So this isn't radar indicated. This is observed just to the north of 70. So we're at 70 right now. Just to our north, there's been constant rain over the same area. There's been constant rain over the same area, and that's triggered the flash flood warning. We still have some surface-based storms popping up all the way back towards I-35 near Salina. But guys, those storms look extremely linear. So one of those storms needs to really go crazy, break off of the line if it wants to have a chance. But I don't think it's looking that likely right now. So, but you guys stick in here, and we'll see what happens. If we go down together. So I'm always real with you guys. If I really don't think a setup is looking as favorable, I'll tell you. If I think it's looking more favorable, I'll say it. I don't try to hype stuff up unnecessarily. You know, I guess that's good for the stream or good for views, so maybe I should do that. But I try not to hype stuff up when it doesn't need to be hyped up. But, man, those storms, when they formed, those storms looked so good. So good when they developed. And then just too many of them just went at the same time. Too many storms. We'll see what Oklahoma ends up doing. I'll have to see what Oklahoma does today. If Oklahoma does it, I'll be a little bit salty because I woke up in Texas this morning, in the Texas Panhandle. So I could have made it down to Oklahoma and not driven for, 500 miles, up to Kansas and then back down. Either tomorrow I'll go back home and chase around the Ozarks, or I'll go all the way down to Texas again. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do yet. I wouldn't mind chasing in the Ozarks. But what a bust so far.
In 2 miles, take exit 295 to US 77 and Kansas 18 west toward Harrington.
So Nebraska, went crazy. So, hey, yesterday. So, you'd think today maybe they just didn't have it in the cards because yesterday it did it. So the weather just didn't want to share. I think it's kind of going to die, or not really have much inflow. So I don't mind going west here and just kind of taking a little bit of a risk.
At the light, turn left onto US 77 south.
These ones in front of me don't even look surface based either. So maybe we'll just have to call the chase in in the next hour. If nothing really happens in the next hour, we're gonna have to go ahead and call the chase because at that point, nothing is going to happen to where it's going to change. So the next hour is going to be crucial. We're going to see what's going to happen here. But so this is how my last 2 days have gone, y'all. This is how it's gone for me. Okay, so I woke up yesterday morning and I was in Joplin, Missouri, which is where I'm from. So I get out of bed. I drive all the way down to Joplin. I drive all the way down to the Amarillo area. Drive all the way to Amarillo to chase. That setup busts. Okay, whatever. You know, I kind of expected that setup to maybe not do it, but there's a good enough chance where, like, if it did do it, it would do something insane. So I was like, it's worth taking the 6 hour drive or whatever. It's worth the risk, in my opinion. So then last night, I got a really cheap motel for like $40 in like Shamrock. It was actually very nice. If you're ever going through Shamrock, Texas on I-40, I highly suggest staying at the Shamrock Country Inn. Um, highly suggest staying at the Shamrock Country Inn. So then I woke up at Shamrock this morning. So then I was like, okay, I have to. I have to get over to Kansas now. I have to get over to Kansas. I thought about going to Oklahoma or Texas, and that would have been a lot less miles on the car. And maybe hindsight, I should have just done that. But so that was about 6 hours. So then tonight, so that was about 6 hours. So then tonight, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go back home tonight. Maybe I should just start driving down 35 and try to get to like Oklahoma City, so I'm in decent position to. You can see, look, we got a storm going up. Here we go, guys. We got another storm going up. This one might have a shot because Oklahoma behaved tonight. Maybe Joplin will end up being a play tomorrow. Maybe it'll be farther south towards like Fort Smith or even eastern Oklahoma. But if I go to Oklahoma City, then that puts me in position tomorrow to where I only have to drive, 3 or 4 hours. And then also the setup on Wednesday is also down there in Texas. So that makes a lot of logical sense for me to do that. And hey, that's a good looking storm right there. You know, these things are somewhat surface based right now. It's a good looking storm until I get under it, and then I realize, hey, it's not that great looking. We'll see, guys. I think this one is looking a little bit better now towards Holland. So we're gonna be going right to this one towards Holland. Yeah, we got a supercell here, guys. We got a supercell here. It's not over yet. We got a supercell with a little bit of a lowering. Let me get into a better position here. We got two of them, actually. Let me show you guys real quick. There's one. See that lowering right there? See that lowering? You can see that lowering. Now, it's not much, but it's something. And then we got another one. I think that one right there is going to have the best shot. And at the end of the day, if that doesn't do anything, then you know what? It's probably going to look pretty. It's probably going to look pretty. Let me see if I have any roads to the west. I can get on this thing quicker. I do have one. Well, it kind of is, so maybe not. It looks okay there. Let's see if I can get the Woodbine. I can get down to Woodbine here. Yeah, I can get down to Woodbine, and then storms merging. It can actually do a pretty good job, but like it's just getting crushed with just mergers after merger after merger after merger. We already have some good mamatis on the storm here, so that's that. At the very least, maybe we'll get a really pretty sunset in about a couple hours. The HRRR model kind of predicted this could happen. So this storm is really pretty. This storm already has some really pretty structure on it. But here's the one thing I've learned, y'all. This is the one thing I've learned. Never give up on a chase. There's so many times I've wanted to give up on a chase and I just keep at it. There's another, or sorry, every time I've ever kept at it on a chase, it usually ends pretty good. So maybe it won't this time, but there's been plenty of times, guys, I've wanted to just give up on a chase, and then boom, everything changes. So if you guys are just now tuning in, we're moving southwest now. Thank you everyone for being in here. We're at 136 likes right now. Let's push towards 150 likes. I think we can get to 250 by the end of the stream. It might also depend on how good these storms do too for us. So this storm is now starting to strengthen quite a bit. So it has rotation on it. It has some rotation on it. It's not getting affected by the outflow boundary. We're into the clear air now. This is the tail end Charlie. It might be the tail end of Charlie. That might be the play today. Now, still, we're gonna need to watch the storm that's forming behind this one because it might interfere with it. So, as we go around the curve here, you can kind of see we're gonna get a little bit more of a view of this thing. It looks better than the other ones did earlier. It does. It really does. It looks a little bit better. It's hooking. It's hooking on radar. It's getting a hook on it. It's got a shot. So we're going to go ahead and pull off here because I don't want to go any further south. So we're going to go ahead and pull off. And we have a really good terrain. There's some really good terrain right here to just watch it. So we're going to go ahead and pull off. But you can see clouds forming behind it off the dry line, and it just keeps getting ingested with more and more and more storms. And they're not the kind of storms that are very favorable to. They're not the kind of storms that are super favorable as a merger. Sometimes you can get very favorable mergers, and those can really get the tornado threat going, but not right now. And let me go ahead and pull off over here. Not these kind of mergers. So we're gonna get a view of this, guys. We can just sit here and view this thing for 20 minutes. They are moving pretty quick, so we're gonna have to move at some point. But hey, that storm looks better than the other ones. It has a big inflow tail on the. It's a big inflow tail on one side of it. There's certainly no shortage of instability in the atmosphere today, so that's one thing that we have. As far as there we go. There's our storm. We're just gonna sit here, guys. We're just gonna sit here and watch our storm. On a decent looking storm here. I got bugs on the windows. You can see this storm here, guys, is ingesting a lot of rain. Look back there. Look at all that rain. That's because you can see these cells. See these cells right here on the back side? And you can see some more in the distance. Those cells keep constantly nudging the storm. And a nudger can be good for a tornado, but when you get too many nudgers, then your storm can't ever mature when it's constantly getting a nudger. It needs to already be very mature and then get a small nudger, or it needs to just get some nudgers off the bat, and then the storm needs to be left alone. So if these storms were able to get those nudgers right off the bat, then they'd increase in size, get a little bit bigger. But then, if when the nudgers stop, then the storm can kind of do its thing, right? But uh, since I called the setup a bust. Oh, tornado warning! Tornado warning! We got a tornado warning now to the south of Abilene, Kansas, and we have a great view of this thing. It's coming right at us. This thing is moving pretty quickly at us. Uh, this thing is moving pretty quickly at us. You can see look at this big tail cloud here on the right. Look at that big tail cloud. And you can see a little bit of a lowering. Um, you can see a little bit of a lowering above that tree there. You can see a little bit of a lowering above that tree. And that's kind of some scud trying to funnel into the the wind shear may finally be trying to crank. So I've been saying, guys, whenever that wind shear can really come in, it can really take the storm to a different level. So any rotation is probably going to be a little bit. It's probably going to be back behind that rain and those trees. So if it looks like it's going to produce a tornado, we'll start going closer to it. This thing is getting a little bit rain wrapped too, because you can see, look at how much rain is falling under that base. That's because there's so many storms interacting with it from its southwest. I'll show you guys an example on the radar, but right now I don't know if this one is going to have a chance to do it or not because there's too many storms interacting with it on its west side. So there's too many nudgers. Although if this storm can take a hard right turn and kind of go east away from those nudgers, then it may have a chance. Looks like a lot of the chasers went east. A lot of the chasers got baited east and tried to follow the outflow dominant storms. I never really liked that, so we went ahead and blasted west here to these new developing supercells here, and we got some great supercell structure on this thing now. Cannot tell if there's any kind of tornado back there. Based off radar, it doesn't look like anything's developing right now, but it is tornado warned, so we're gonna have to watch it. Right now, yeah, rotation isn't too strong. But we'll see. Maybe the wind shear, like I said, maybe that wind shear will really start to do its job, and we'll get something. But right now, this thing is coming right at us. We're just to the northeast of it. It's coming right at us. So we will wait for the storm. Unless something looks imminent, then we'll go right up on it. But for now, I think we just wait and enjoy the structure show. You can see the big inflow tail. We got multiple inflow tails. We got multiple inflow tails. One in the mid levels, one in the low levels there. So you can see this thing's getting a lot closer to us, and you can see it's pulling up some scud on that right side, right under where the inflow's coming in. And any tornadic circulation would be wrapped back into that rain. It's just a little bit rainy back there. Any tornadic circulation will be wrapped up into that rain. I'm a little worried once again. This storm is just getting too many nudgers. Too many nudgers. If this storm was not getting those nudgers on the west side of it, it would go nuts. But it's getting the nudgers, so it can't quite sustain itself at the level needed to produce a tornado. Okay, we might be getting a view of some kind of a scud lowering on that right side there. Might have a little bit of a scuddy lowering. There's some bugs on the windshield, guys, that we picked up. I only washed my windshield about an hour ago, but we picked up some more bugs. We could also have another supercell that forms off to the southwest here, so we're going to have to. Maybe this one gets too many nudgers, but the next one that forms is the one that doesn't. So I don't know. We'll have to see here, but regardless, we have some great structure. Still some very, very weak rotation on this thing right now. If you guys are just tuning in, we are just to the south of Chapman, Kansas, south of Junction City. We are watching this tornado warren to supercell, which is quite the spectacle. Look at that storm structure right there. This thing is quite the spectacle. Any kind of rotation is going to be right on the edge of where that rain shaft is, and then kind of where the clear air is. That's where the rotation is going to be. I see a little bit of a clear slot wrapping around, but nothing strong or imminent right now. But just watching. We have more supercells firing off to the southwest. This one looks like it's weakening on radar, at least. Visually, it still looks okay. So let's see. Those storms in Minnesota look like they're quite the linear mess up there. It looks like that risk is going to completely bust. Wow. The risk in Oklahoma is looking pretty bad too. It's not looking like much is going to go on down there right now. So what a gorgeous supercell, guys. It's rotating. It's rotating. I don't know. I don't think it's that strong, but it is rotating. We might move. We might reposition here real quick here. We'll see if this storm can turn to the right. If this storm can turn to the right, it may have a shot. Yeah, so that storm to the east might be the one too, because I'll show you guys the radar here real quick. Um, I don't know if it will have enough juice to produce, but that storm, that storm on the leading edge that went outflow dominant. Look at how it took the outflow and then turned right a little bit. So that one might be cooking down there. So maybe that one will produce a tornado, and we'll kind of regret leaving it. But I don't know. This one could too. But right now it's looking like a little bit more of a linear mess here. Really, really nice storm structure there. Um, yeah, nice sculpted supercell. This thing. Let me zoom out even a little bit. Look at that. Look at that guy. It's a nice storm. So any rotation. So see kind of where those two signs are in the foreground. Any rotation is going to be kind of in between those two signs. There's a little bit of a lowering on this thing. Like I don't really see any like rotation, like rapid rotation in the low levels, but there is a lowering. So we're gonna have to watch just in case something wants to come down out of that. Okay, we're pulling up some scud. We're pulling up some scud now under that base. We got some scud coming up under that base now. but nothing that makes me think a tornado's imminent. So not too worried about this one, but we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. This thing is now going to the north of me, so I'm gonna have to decide if I want to stay on this one. I think I will for now, but we might eventually have to. We might eventually have to bounce back. We might eventually have to bounce back southwest because there's more storms firing. I'm telling you guys, if one of these storms can shake those nudgers off of it, it could go crazy. But it just doesn't look like that's going to happen today. But you can see the RFD and the clear slat wrapping around the left edge, and you can see the inflow coming in on the right edge. There's just not a ton of rotation. The structure is very textbook supercell structure, but there's just not a lot of rotation to it. So no longer a tornado warning. It looks a little bit outflow dominant. All these storms look a little bit outflow dominant. It looked great for a minute, really started wrapping up, and then poof, nothing. It still looks really good. You can tell the outflow. It's a little bit. You can see on the left. You can see kind of like that squall line appearance. It's not really a squall line, but you can see it's getting a little bit more linear, and it's trying to hold on to that mesocyclone over there. But that mesocyclone's shrunk quite a bit. But we have incredible storm structure right now. I'm zoomed out. I'm pretty close to this storm. I'm all the way zoomed out, as far as I can zoom out. So there is still a little bit of rotation up there, but that rotation's occluding. That rotation is occluding back into the rain um, right now. It might form a new mesocyclone, possibly, but I can see the mid-level rotation really starting to kind of crank on this guy. So but not much in the low levels, okay? So I don't really know what to make of this right now, y'all. Um, this storm right here would be the lead one. That's the one I'm on. That would be the lead storm. So maybe this will come out here and it'll start to rotate as that low level jet increases. But this doesn't look like it's going to turn in. That's not going to turn into a supercell. That's just straight up a squall line. So I don't really know, y'all. I don't really know what to make of this. I think I probably just follow. I think I probably follow this storm east and hope it kind of looks a little bit more enticing as we get towards sunset. But regardless, I think we're going to have really cool storm structure here. I actually probably want to get back out ahead of it and take some good pictures of it. But the title of my stream says major tornado risk. Guys, I don't know. I might have clickbaited. I don't know if it's a major tornado. It was looking like a major tornado risk earlier. I don't know if it still is. Sometimes the storms just don't behave how you really want or think. So we're gonna go ahead and get into a better position out in front of this thing so we can keep up with it. But if you guys are just tuning in, make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. I appreciate all the support from every single one of you guys. Let's see. Yeah, just gotta go over here. I don't know. My road situation might be a little bit. My road situation could be a little bit interesting here as we head east. This is a relatively good area of Kansas for. Yeah, we don't really have. Actually, our road situation might not really exist to the east, so I don't really want to go all the way up to Junction City and then back down. I think This storm structure is really weird. You can see the rotation. There's outflow kicking out on the front side, and then you can see there's like rotation still back there on the back side. But this is honestly, I think we should probably just stay south of it. This is a perfect spot to watch it. That you can see that kind of like wall cloud we had back there is kind of weakening. That's not what it was a few minutes ago, but we're gonna watch it. You never know. We still have about an hour and a half until the sun goes down here. So we still have about an hour and a half until the sun goes down, which means that our wind shear is still going to be increasing all the way up until sunset. If this storm can shake its outflow, if it could shake that outflow, it could have a chance. But this would be a really pretty tornado if it ever would drop out of this storm. But I'm not too confident in anything. So, but guys, this is probably the best looking storm in the country right now, I'd say. So I'll tell you guys what happened here, why these storms are kind of behaving like they are. So here's some meteorology right here. So our dry line, let me show you guys, let me get a good angle. Our dry line is back here. So what you'd want to happen is one storm to kind of form on that dry line and then move east. And then that one storm can dominate its environment and it'll have kind of the environment to itself. But what happened here is you had a storm form off the dry line. It moved east, and then storms kept forming behind it, and those storms behind it kept nudging the storm over and over and over again. So then what you had was a messy storm like this one. There's still a little bit of rotate. You can see right here. Here's the hook. The hook is up here, and then you have this like outflow ahead of it. So it's still holding on to a mesocyclone. I mean, we're looking at it right now. It's still got it back there, but there's no rotate. There's literally no rotation in the low levels out there. So I'm wondering if it could maybe even form a new mesocyclone, or if it could just shake the outflow off. And also, we're gonna have to keep watching to the west, because there's a chance that guy right there becomes a supercell. I'm not too sure, because right now they're all looking kind of like a squall line, but there's a chance. So we're just gonna honestly, this being south of the storm is kind of perfect. So we're just gonna sit here and watch. It's pulling in some inflow, but I don't know. There's not much rotation. There's not much rotation going on. You have a nice mesocyclone, but that's about it. We got Scud. It's still pulling in Scud. It's trying to pull in some moisture back there. So this outflow in front of me, if this outflow in front of me can kind of shake off, it's gonna have a chance. And then I'm paying attention to I'm paying attention to the west. There's a chance, but it's not looking like it to me. So I think you'll be all right. So. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be okay tornado wise, but yeah, it is. Well, yeah, stay safe. Yeah, yeah, no problem. We're gonna have to keep watching it, guys. We're gonna have to keep watching this thing. It's still got rotation back there. I can see some very light rotation on that base. Back in there. Very light rotation back there. Not anything to be concerned about right now. Just very light rotation. Well, we got on the right storm, so I mean, I'm okay with it. It doesn't look the best, but we got on the right one. This is a really, really, really pretty storm. It's lost some of its rain, but you can see here. I'll show you guys here. See this like leading edge right here? That's outflow. But then you can see there's a little bit of a mesocyclone still back in there. It's a really weak one, and it looks like that mesocyclone's decaying. The one thing I could see happening is a new mesocyclone forming right there. Maybe this forms a new mesocyclone right there. Maybe not. Um, Not sure. Sometimes these storms will shed their old mesocyclones and they'll form a new one. Uh, they'll form a new one on the east flank of the storm. So we're gonna have to watch if that area on the east flank of the storm starts to rotate and form a new meso. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that one. But right now, I feel very cold outflow. So for this setup to work at this point in time, because of how unfavorable the storm mergers were, we're going to have a ton of low level shear to really kind of ramp up the setup and really get the setup cooking. Um, so we'll see. It looks like it it looks like it wants to try and get a new meso to the east, but I'm not too sure if it will. That storm up towards Valley Falls, Kansas, heading up towards Atchison, Kansas, and eventually south of St. Joseph, that storm looks extremely interesting. It shed the outflow boundary. It's still struggling to wrap up, but it's kind of shedded the boundary. This is what we call a whale's mouth. This is a nice whale's mouth. It kind of like a backwards C shape. It kind of looks like a whale's mouth. Man, these storms might be cooked. Might be cooked. There goes that mesocyclone. Watch how that mesocyclone has now. Look at that. We had a mesocyclone back there. Look at how that's decayed. See how it's decaying. It's poof, gone, dissipating. So at this point, we have two options. We can. I think I kind of lean. I don't know. So here we go. That little, you can see that little hook. See that little hook on radar? That's the old mesocyclone right there. And I almost was wondering if this was going to form a new mesocyclone, and that's what we're looking at up here to see if maybe that would form a new mesocyclone. It really doesn't look like it wants to. It's very outflow dominant. So we could follow this storm east and just see what it does. The other option is to try and go back west and maybe see if this. So like I said, we had a million storms forming off the dry line. We have a new storm now forming off the dry line to our west. Maybe that one. Maybe that one could be the one. I mean, you never know. I'm not really confident in anything right now. Hold on, let me close my window. I know those cars are probably pretty loud. I'm not really confident in anything right now. But let me get into chat. Sorry guys, I haven't been able to check chat much. That Bezos dying. Hey, Chappie, welcome to the Doppler gang. Guys, if you want to become a member, it's $4.99 a month, but I'm about to drop it actually. So about to drop it to like $3, so that'll go into effect for the next month. But I was posting daily blogs pretty consistently for a while, and then I kind of stopped. But I want to start posting those daily blogs again, and then someday when I get enough members on this channel, I'll do members lives. So, but I would need to have a pretty decent amount of members to go do a live stream, and have enough people in there who join it. So this storm is dying, guys. But we got some pretty storms to look at. I'm kind of debating what to do. I think we're just going to have to go towards the next storm in the line. I don't know. If we got out ahead of this line to the east, it would look very good. There's a little bit of rotation still left in there, but not much. It's pretty much done. If you're new to the channel and you like these kind of weather live streams, go ahead and subscribe. I'm going to be out here again tomorrow somewhere. I don't know where yet, but pretty soon we're upgrading the stream. We're getting some overlays on the stream. I tried to get that done before I left for this big chase stretch, but I wasn't able to get that quite done. So the next chance I'm at home for a couple of days, I'm going to try to get those out onto the stream. Definitely cool looking. It is. Yeah, Chappie, you haven't been in here in a while. Elaine, thank you so much. Guys, if you ever sent me, if you send me any you send me any donations, I probably missed it because we were busy driving, or so it's hard for me to read chat and see that kind of stuff. So if you ever do, just let me know whenever I'm looking at chat. But Ashley, thank you for the $20 Venmo. Ashley, thank you so much. Everybody, W Ashley in the chat. All right, so this storm, it's not looking great, guys. I might go west and see if one of the other storms to the west is gonna look better. That's trying to develop. That's trying to develop a hook. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I wonder if we could get a tail into Charlie here. Who's behind me? Oh, there's people out there watching the storm. So this storm right here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. So that storm ahead of us, see how it's trying to see that little appendage? It's trying to develop a hook, but the storm is extremely weak. And here's my guess is this storm moved into the cold outflow and weakened. So, and as it's moving north, it's going to be in the cold outflow. So, the other ones kind of look linear to the southwest. I'm kind of at a loss right now. I really don't have any good option. They're all outflow dominant. They're all linear. Maybe we just, I don't know, I don't really have the road network to follow this thing unless I want to go all the way back up into that rain and then follow it. So let's see here. I don't know. Maybe the structure is going to be really good to the south of it. Probably would be. Yeah, it pushed out an outflow boundary. So I'm going to wait here for a couple more minutes. And I know I've been sitting here for a while, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm going to wait here for a couple more minutes and just kind of make sure I figure out what I want to do. This storm, see how those clouds, they look cool, but do you see how those clouds kind of look like very flat, smooth? They have a very flat and smooth laminar kind of appearance. Well, it looks cool, but it's not good for tornadoes. You want your clouds to look a little bit more like that one, where it's kind of like convective looking and kind of rugged. That's what you want. These very smooth clouds means that the air is stable. So if you ever see smooth clouds like that, you have a stable air affecting your storms. We might just have to. Hey, I don't know. Maybe we just go for the structure and the squall line. I don't really know, guys. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go structure mode. See if we can get the squall line good. And then if a storm back towards us southeast of Salina starts to look like it's developing a supercell, we'll blast back towards Salina. If not, we'll just keep. I see a supercell maybe trying again south of Abilene, and we'd actually have a view of that. And well, it's all outflow dominant, so. All right, we're gonna go south and try to get a good view of these things. If maybe they don't look that good, I don't know, but we're gonna head towards maybe Council Grove area, or yeah, uh, our storm now is trying to hook a little bit more back there, so.
Starting route to Council Grove. Head southeast on South 2900 Road.
Oh, dude, it wants me to take this road. What? I don't even know what to do. Let's see, that's southeast on South 29 Road. I don't even know if this road. Is this my. I'm not taking a dirt road for 40 minutes just to get ahead of this storm. No way. That doesn't sound very fun for you guys or me. Well, let's see if I take this road a little bit. will I eventually get to a paved spot? Doesn't look like. I'm not gonna take a dirt road for 40 minutes just to get these things. So the storm looks like it's trying to strengthen up. So maybe I do need to get towards like Alta Vista. This is yeah, I don't have any roads either. This is a total dead zone. Okay, I might just blast up to the interstate and get out ahead of it. Let's see, get north of Alta Vista. Yeah, this thing looks like it's trying to rotate back up again. So we're gonna go out, get on 70. $40 drive? What? Alright, so I just realized I don't have any roads to get back onto this storm. They don't exist.
Starting route 2K 177 north.
I guess we're gonna try.
Head northeast on US 77.
This thing looks like it's trying to wrap up again, but like I said, I'm not too sure it will. But we're gonna go see it. Instead of sitting there and complaining about the roads, I guess we might as well act upon it.
To merge onto I-70 east.
Gosh, this setup, I kind of clickbaited, guys. I said major tornado setup. I'm not too sure it was. You can tell these storms, they're trying to rotate because they're trying to ingest that wind shear, but they just simply can't because they're too outflow dominant. So it's hard for these guys to ingest that wind shear when it's just a pure squall line. So this one on the front is going to have the best shot at being able to hook, or maybe one on the far southwest. So storms formed on like a single point in the dry line. And then and you just had too many storms. This is one of the cases where too many storms kind of ruined the severe risk there. So we got, and we did. I don't know if you guys were here about 30, 40 minutes ago. We had a very nice storm for a little bit. We had a very, very nice storm for a little bit.
Please proceed.
So the potential today was a major tornado threat. And it didn't quite materialize, at least yet. I don't think it's going to materialize, but uh, you never know, I guess. You never know. But it's going to be a rough drive home here if we don't see anything else cool. But you know what? I'm out here just enjoying it, and we got a nice sunset. We got quite the cool looking clouds right there. Look at those! Look at those! Look at those turbulent skies right there. That's pretty awesome. So you don't have a supercell, but you got to enjoy the little things. We're going to be blasting into that rain. You can see the rain right ahead of us. We're going to be blasting in there. Um, It still looks very weak and a little bit. That's pretty awesome right there. That's pretty awesome right there. So we're blasting east. We in about 5 miles we're gonna get up onto Interstate 70 here and get back onto this storm. I should have probably followed it a little bit earlier, but should have known better. It doesn't look too strong. It doesn't look too strong, but you never know. It could get stronger out of nowhere. I think it looks like there's something. There's like a funnel. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Wait a second. I can't see. I'm in the hills, but no, no funnel. Sorry. It looked like it for a quick second. There's an appendage. Sorry about the noise. There's an appendage that came out of the wall cloud. You can see the wall cloud to my east. I'll try to. It's hard to show while I'm driving, but you can see that wall cloud way in the distance there. There's like a little appendage that came down, and for a second it resembled a funnel. Now it wasn't, but it had a really pretty storm here to cap off the night. Really pretty storm here to cap off the night. All I know is we're gonna have a good-looking storm. I don't. All I know is we're gonna have a good-looking storm. I don't know about tornado, but that sky is beautiful. That's very. Jose, what did Jose do? I don't know. Someone said very nice of you, Jose. So I don't know what Jose did, but hey, whatever you did, Jose. Yeah, there's a storm moving towards Atchison. Appreciate all you guys for tuning in here. If you're new to the I don't know, this storm seems too small to maybe. This storm's kind of cooked to my east. I don't know. It doesn't look interesting. But we're just going to get a really pretty view of this. We're going to get a really pretty view of this sunset behind these storms here in the next hour. Over the next hour as the sun sets. Here we go. I'm going to get onto the interstate. I've been all up and down I-70 today. But man, what a rough day. What a rough day for everybody. I'd say probably 75, 80% of the chasers went up to Iowa today. And all those guys up in Iowa, that was not the best. That was not the best chase up in Iowa. And then Oklahoma also had a risk today. Oklahoma, northwest Texas, near the Red River, and it looks like it's trying to do something interesting, but it's having some trouble. So, yeah, one of those cells down in Texas looks semi-interesting, but it's having a lot of, storm's trying to fire southwest of Wichita now. We just had a blip go up. I don't think it's going to go, but the environment out in Wichita was really good today. I was kind of hoping some stuff would try to fire down towards Wichita, and it never really did. So, We got a rainbow in front of us here. I don't know if you can see on the stream. It's extremely faint. Do you guys see it? It's kind of getting a little bit more visible, but it's a rainbow kind of in the middle of the screen, right over the road, right over this truck in front of us. But that's pretty cool. I might just stick this setup out till the end, because I think stuff could ramp back up. I think stuff could ramp back up. We got a chance. I'm going to get out on these storms just in case here, guys. We're going to stay on them just in case here. Yeah, low-level jet can still do some work on these things, but it looks pretty unlikely, but, you know, hey, it never hurts to try and just see what happens. I don't think, someone's trying to go up towards Wichita now. That's going to be a good storm if it wins. I don't think it will, but we might have a great, I have a prediction. We might have a great Mamatis. We might have a great Mamatis show at sunset. That may be the case. We still have towers deepening to the west. I wonder if they can turn right and get off of that boundary. We still have some towers trying to deepen to the west. There's a semi-interesting looking storm near Chapman that we could always get back to. Our guy near Manhattan kind of looks a little bit rough, the one we're trying to get to, but I don't know. I've driven in circles probably 10 times today, so it's been an interesting setup to say the least. I can get out ahead of this guy. Hey, there's a rain. There we go. Hit some really heavy rain at some point. Wow, look at that rainbow right there. It's not super bright because we still have a lot of rain, but you always see rainbows on storm chases. It's a pretty common thing. When I was a kid, I used to think, man, rainbows are really like hard to come by. But now, since I chase so many storms, I'm like, okay, these things aren't that, uncommon, right? But you start to see them all the time. I thought the Flint Hills was going to be the spot today, and I don't know. It looks like it was still the best setup Out of all three setups, we got the best storm. So I can't be too mad. I got the best storm out of all three setups. I guess I can't be upset because really, I'm disappointed this setup didn't do much, but really the other setups didn't do anything either. So the only better thing for me is uh, I could have stayed in this and just not had to drive 7 hours. That's the only, I would have rather chased down in Texas today and then avoided driving, you know, 7 hours, but or 6 hours or whatever. Because I was only an hour away from the Supercells in Texas right now, but they look on the rough side, so they may not do anything. The storm going up near Abilene, Texas, doesn't look like it's going to do much either. Today was a moderate risk with a big 15% hatched risk, and then also a big 10% hatched risk for strong tornadoes. And that was the SPC. We had a strong tornado risk down here, a hatched risk for strong tornadoes here in northeast Kansas. And it just didn't quite pan out. You can see the other end of the rainbow there on the left side of this, or on the right side of the screen. You can see it over there. We're getting awfully close now to the rainbow. As the sun angle is kind of getting low here, so this is the magic hour. This is the magic hour photographers love. There's a really pretty storm here. No major tornado risk, but it looks good. The storm looks pretty cool. Dude, we're not going to catch this storm unless we really just blast. Might just go back west again, guys. We'll get a pretty cool look once we go back. I don't really think that storm is going to do it, so maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see it happening. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. There's the other side of the rainbow. That's pretty cool. But oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Let's see. I'm just gonna park it right here. Let's just enjoy what's going on in the moment here instead of worrying about what storm to get onto. There we go.
Turn left onto K177.
Yeah, that thing ain't rotating much. It's cooked, isn't it? It's behind the boundary. I could catch that Alma storm. I just don't know if it does it. Let me check the environment and see. We might just hop back onto this interstate right here and try to catch that one. I don't know. Storm chasing's a hard deal, guys. It's a hard thing to do. Sometimes it's difficult. Today's one of the days where none of the targets really worked, so pretty deep. There's still pretty deep convection going up to my west on that dry line. So I do wonder, like, okay, I do wonder if back by Holland again there could be a new supercell that forms. Because it looks like maybe the mergers are finally done. It looks like the mergers might finally be done messing with these storms. Let me check the echo tops back on that one. Yeah, the echo tops are blowing up. Well, I mean that could do it back by Holland. That would be the best option. I think we're gonna go back west. And here we go, guys. Again, back west again after we just went east. This is how storm chasing is. I kid you not. We're gonna take a risk on this one. We're gonna go back to Woodbine where we just were. Okay, so maybe we'll get on a storm right before dark here. I think that one's gonna have a shot. The tail end, we're gonna do the tail end Charlie again. We'll see it now. Where I'm going is about half an hour away, but we'll see it before because it'll be meeting us there. So, okay, this is my last hurrah today. If this storm somehow works, I will be so ecstatic. If this storm doesn't work, I won't be shocked at all. But hey, at the very least, we're gonna go on the back side of the storm complex and get a good sunset. If all else fails, we'll get a good sunset here on the back side of this storm complex. We're gonna have to ride through that construction again. I kid you not, that construction to the south of Junction City. There's construction on this interstate south of Junction City. I think I've driven through that construction zone 10 times today. I went back and forth like 10 times. I'm not even kidding. Really, guys, just a really scenic view right now. Here in the gorgeous state of Kansas, I think Kansas has underappreciated beauty. I think this state is amazing. I love Kansas. It gets hate. It gets a lot of hate. You know, it's not like saying it's not a good state, but I don't know. I love Kansas. I love me some good Kansas sunsets and some good Kansas tornadoes. Although the good Kansas tornadoes have been hard to come by ever since maybe COVID. The 2010s, Kansas had a lot of great tornadoes. Kind of that kind of shut down it kind of shut down here in the 20th, or sorry, not the 20th century, the 2020s. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. We'll have to see what happens with overnight storms tomorrow. Depending on what happens with those storms, we'll see what happens with the chase tomorrow. There's a part of me that may just wake up and not even chase. I don't know. That's probably not going to happen, but there's a small chance. There's a small chance I just look at it and I'm like, no, that just looks bad. And then, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see though, guys. That rainbow was awesome. That rainbow was really cool. Maybe we'll get some crazy lightning shoot across the sky here. I don't know. Maybe we'll get some crazy lightning to shoot back here. Man, these things, guys, these storms look so great. When these storms develop, they look so great. So here we go, right back. Here we go, right back to the construction. We're getting that sunset color in here. We're getting that like orange color now to start dominating the sky here. And some light as the sun goes out. We're gonna see more lightning pop out here. There we go. Here back into the I think this storm could have a chance, guys. The one we're trying to get to. I think it could have a small chance. I don't know. We'll see. As long as there's a small chance, I'll be on it. If not, it's going to look really cool. It'll look real cool at sunset. That's the floor. The floor is a great looking storm at sunset. The ceiling is maybe a tornado. And that's a very wishful ceiling, by the way. It's a very wishful ceiling. Guys, thank you for tuning into the stream. We're almost at 250 likes. Let's smash that like button. Maybe we get to 300. Thank you for everyone who subscribed to the channel. We're now almost to 6,000 subscribers. We're starting to get there. We got some hail now here coming down. We got some hail now coming down here. Very brief hail. Now it's gone. Elaine, thank you so much for being the best moderator. Hey, Trey, thank you for tuning into the stream, brother. Here we go through this construction zone here. We're dominating the construction zone. We've probably been in this same construction zone 10 times today, going back and forth on Interstate 70. That looks interesting. That's the one we just left. I hope that storm doesn't do anything, because then I'll be quite mad we left that storm. So sometimes I'm a really good storm chaser. Sometimes I'm a really bad one. It just depends. But I see potential down here, dude. Are you kidding me? Right as these storms start to go up, and we've had issues all day with storms getting too clustered. Okay, so we get a storm to go up, and then 100 updrafts go up right on the tail end of that storm. And right when it looked like we were finally going to get a storm without mergers on the backside, bang, mergers on the backside. I don't even know what to say at this point, guys. I think we still could have another decent storm here before the sun sets, but at this point, I don't even know what to say now. Merger city here. Look at the sunset over here, right next to the Phillips 66 that I actually stopped at earlier. I think I've been through Junction City, Kansas like 5 times today. It's quite amazing, guys. We still got some sunlight left. We'll be working with sunlight for another. You know, the sun probably just went down over the horizon, so we might be working with some sunlight here for the next 20, 30 minutes maybe. Especially if we're out behind the storm. Might have a little bit more sun here. So right now we're kind of behind the storms. We're going to get out to where we need to be, and we're going to blast back out ahead of these storms. These storms are rotating, by the way. That low-level jet is finally picking back up here. And I kid you not, guys, if these storms don't get mergers, they could produce tornadoes. I really believe that if they don't get a bunch of mergers, they can absolutely produce. But we're going to have our exit here in like a mile, and then we're going to blast back on the road that we were just on. I wish I just would have stayed where I was instead of trying to do this whole thing. But, oh well, you know, you can't have it all. Here we go. We're getting behind this whale's mouth a little bit. You can see there's some cool clouds right there. We'll have to see hydroplaning. It's in here about 8:39 o'clock. I'm gonna probably sit somewhere up here, and I'm gonna kind of see if I want to go home tomorrow and try to chase in the Ozarks, or maybe if I want to go all the way down to Oklahoma City here. Oklahoma City here. So we'll have to see what we want to do. And I've been on this road now for the fourth time today. See, look, I told you guys our clouds would get a little bit cooler here as we get down. Back up this road. Here we go, guys. We're hunting. We're still hunting for tornadoes here. I will say this. Out of my last 6 storm chases, I've seen tornadoes on 5 of the storm chases. The only day I didn't see tornadoes was yesterday. We didn't see any tornadoes yesterday. We actually barely even saw a storm yesterday. It was kind of a boomer or bust. It was a boomer or bust kind of day out in the Texas Panhandle. So we actually didn't even get a storm, but... Oh, there's some hail. A little piece of hail. A little pea. You can tell the wind shear is getting a little bit better here. I'm not giving up on the setup. Shamrock, Texas, over to Oklahoma City, and I was getting some pretty strong crosswind on 40 today. Look at these cool clouds. I mean, these are pretty cool clouds here. But sometimes I question why I do this whole storm chasing thing on days like today. But you just got to stay strong, and the tornadoes will eventually come. I wonder if there's any NBA basketball on or anything. We got to wait like a week till the next setup. Usually, sometimes you have some back-to-back. But usually, earlier in the year, you got to wait a little bit. But we got it. This is what I would call a whale's mouth right here. I just think it's in better thermodynamics, so that's why I'm going to follow this one. We got a really cool view out there as the sun's setting to the west. Looking there, that's looking southeast. The camera is so. As we get out to the storm, we'll get a view of the storm in a few minutes here. I'm going to answer some of your guys' questions in chat, or look at what you guys are saying in chat here. So let's see here. Yes, it's very beautiful. That tornado watch is until midnight. Yes, there's still a tornado watch. Very friendly and helpful people in Iowa. I love Iowa. Iowa's a fun state to be in. I like Iowa. This is the one thing I'll say about Iowa is I think Des Moines is a really nice metro area compared to a lot of cities that size. So a lot of times, you guys know how it goes. When you get bigger cities, you get some rough areas. And some bigger cities are much rougher than others. But Des Moines actually seems, at least parts of Des Moines that I've been in, seem very nice. It seems like a very nice city for something as big as it is. So that's the one thing I'll say about Iowa. Also, a lot of farmers there. Obviously, agriculture is probably their main deal out there. Well, I know they do corn, obviously. Corn and is it what's the other one? There's another crop that they do. It's like green. It's like kind of short and green. I can't remember what it's called, but they do a lot of corn out in Iowa. And then there's a good bit of cattle out there. Hey, I might have to tune into that one. I'm a Clippers fan, so we're not playing tonight. But guys, I just realized something. The outflow is ahead of this storm, so our storm is outflow dominant. I didn't realize that the outflow was ahead of the storm. So I should have went east. I should have went back east. Well, the outflow is also the storm in Alma is also outflow dominant, so that probably won't ever do anything. But it looks a little bit better than this one. Ugh. What a rough chase! What a rough chase day out here, man. This is oh gosh, I need to be on that storm near Alma, don't I? That one's trying to wrap up. I don't know if it will wrap. Like, I don't know if it is going to wrap up. It looks like it may not, but it's trying. We got a car up here with their lights on. Oh, this guy's taking pictures of the storm. Maybe it's a chaser out there. Oh, well, maybe we can get ahead of the squall line. And yeah, this storm is cooked. Wow. This looks way worse than I thought. Okay, guys, I made a judgment error. This storm is not going to do it. So, okay. This storm isn't going to do it. But we have a whale's mouth. I wonder if out ahead of this whale's mouth, it's a really nice view. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm wondering. We might just go down all the way to like Lincolnville or something. And looks cool, you know. Might as well. But this storm looks like it should be trying to do some supercell type of things on our radar, but then I look at it in person and it's like, ooh, gross, 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 gross. Here comes the darkness. Here, the sun is waning. Here, yeah, this storm is disgusting. It's not going to do anything, is it? Okay, well, okay. Well, guys, I don't know. There's our storm right there. That's literally our storm. And look at how, remember how I was saying how those like really, if you have a base of your storm that's very flat and laminar, that's not a good thing. So this storm is very flat and it's very laminar. So that means it's not pulling in surface-based inflow. We have another storm firing to the south. Oh my gosh, that storm headed towards Topeka might actually try and do it. I should have stayed on too late now. I'm not getting back there, but I should have maybe tried to stay on that storm. It's now 45 miles away. If we kept going, we would have been on that storm right now. It would have been a much more interesting severe weather threat, but hey, what can you do? Sometimes you don't choose right. And in all honesty, that storm that's coming into the Topeka area, we're going to have to watch it, but in all honesty, it's probably not going to do anything, but I would say it has the best chance out of any storm right now across the whole country. That tornado threat down near Lawton never really developed. That threat is over now. There's tornado warnings all the way up in Wisconsin, but those don't look like they're going to do anything. It's just a pure squall line. This setup is this setup's cooked, isn't it? Wow. Okay, well, we got pretty skies, so, and you know what? We got good vibes. No matter what happens, we have good vibes. The one one thing I'm glad is I didn't drive up to Minnesota, so that was a win, I guess. Soybeans, hey, there it is. Soybeans. That's the other crop that Iowa does a lot of, and also Kansas. I see a lot of soybeans in Kansas too, as well as even western and northern Missouri have quite a few soybeans too. That's what it was. It was soybeans. Yeah, maybe we'll get some really good lightning here in like the next 20 minutes as the sun goes down. Where am I located? I'm located to the southwest of like Topeka, near like it's probably even southwest of southwest of Junction City. So sorry we haven't been on anything too interesting, guys. I'm trying. I am trying for you guys, but it just hasn't worked out. Okay, so that's where a supercell would be, and yeah, that's not too favorable, is it? You have more storms developing to the southwest. If these ones really went, they'd have a shot. So we'll hold out for these ones to the southwest. If they really went, they'd go. But we're in the whale's mouth now, guys. We're in the whale's mouth here. But down towards Carlton, there's a chance that one of those could become a supercell because they're not behind the boundary. I didn't see the storm was behind Outflow, so mistake on my part. But I mean, I guess the outflow boundary on radar was like almost invisible, so I can see why I didn't really catch on to it. So, but if I would have saw that outflow boundary, I would not have went for that. This one over here. Today was a day 3 moderate risk. Today was a day 3 moderate risk. There's a storm forming near Atlantic, Iowa, just to the southwest of Stewart, Iowa, as well, that we're going to want to watch as it heads up towards Des Moines. All right, guys, we're going to have one more storm to get on, I think. I keep saying that, but I think for real this time. For real, guys. I wonder if the sunset behind these guys are good. I bet it is. I don't want to chase too far into the like to be honest with y'all, if there's tornadoes, I'll always chase into the night. Like if there's really not tornadoes, I wouldn't really chase into the night. I guess if I had a good stream going, that could make things a little bit different, but usually wouldn't. Where am I? Oh no. Oh no. Do you guys hear that? There's like 1,000 bugs slamming into the windshield right now. That's not great. It's not great. All right, guys, we might be cooked. Maybe we'll get ahead of this little outflow boundary. So the outflow boundary, see those clouds kind of right ahead of us? That's the outflow boundary. Maybe we'll get ahead of the boundary and something funny will happen, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I've never seen so many storms develop on one spot on a dry line, and just all for them to just kill each other. I don't really know if these storms have a chance, but maybe we'll get a nice view of this outflow boundary type of thing here. Whale's Mouth. We're now trying to exit the Whale's Mouth here, down to Lincolnville, Kansas. I'm gonna have a decision to make tonight. I might go down to Oklahoma City. I might go back home. If I do go back home, I'm about 4 hours away. Yeah, about 4 hours probably away. And I'm probably about 3 hours from Oklahoma City. So if I could get down to Oklahoma City, I'd be in a really good spot for tomorrow. But we're gonna have some good lightning too, guys. We're gonna have some good lightning on these guys. So chat, stay with me. Stay with me. I know it's gotten pretty boring here, but I try to entertain the best I can. All right, so I'm going to take a glance at tomorrow here in just a minute. Once I pull off somewhere and get a view of these storms, I'll take a glance at tomorrow, see what I think. Depending on what tomorrow looks like, it looks more and more like I'm going to need to be in Texas. So we're probably going to be headed down to Texas. Might be a little outflow boundary down there. I don't think it'll do much, but we'll see. That's where I need to stay, right there. That little inn right there is where I need to stay. Oh, that cop might have got me. Oh, dude, there's no way. The speed limit slow down. Let's see the sign. I'm getting pulled over, guys. And I'm getting pulled over, so let me pull off to the side. I was coming into that town, and I slowed down. All right, here we go, man. All right. Great.
Hello, sir.
Hey.
Police and first stops 82 in a 65-mile-an-hour zone. You see driver's license proof?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was going that. I didn't realize I was going that fast. I'm not gonna lie. Oops, I guess. Sometimes you just get the lead foot out here. On these open highways, man, in the middle of nowhere, you just get the lead foot. Hopefully I don't get a ticket. Hopefully he's nice and lets me off. But we'll see. I know these Kansas guys like to give tickets, so. I slowed down quite a bit, so maybe he'll let me off. I don't know. He's taken a while, so I guarantee he's writing me a ticket. So usually when they take a while, then that usually means they're writing you something up. So. Sorry, I know those lights have to be annoying, so. Yeah, he's been back there for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. There's no way I don't get a ticket.
there's that back. Your hair color?
Red.
Red. Okay. Phone number for you?
417 499 1903.
All right. This is a citation for 82 in a 65-mile-an-hour zone. Okay, I gave you till May 13th to take care of the citation. Otherwise, you need to show up in court here in Harrington.
All right.
Okay. Amounts on the back. $87 for the fine, $110 per court cost, comes to $197. You have to pay court costs whether you get a court or not. It's like an administrative fee. Okay, that's the physical court address. That's where you pay. That's if you want to pay it online or by phone. And this is if you send a check of money. Any questions?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and sign that down there.
It's ridiculous, dude. That's ridiculous. $110 just for court cost when I'm obviously going to pay the ticket online. But then they're like, oh, $110 for court cost. Like, bro, what? That makes no sense. I don't know. Whatever. But ticket's like $80. And then he's like, oh, $110 court fee or whatever. So it's like $190. $190 for going like 15 over. I shouldn't have been speeding. So at the end of the day, it's my fault. But could have avoided it. But, that's kind of it's a little rough. I've got pulled over for going a little faster than that, and I've never gotten a ticket. So I think whenever these cops out here in Kansas, they will see the out of state license plate, and when they see an out of state license plate, they'll almost always 100% of the time give a ticket. That's how they do it out here. So I don't know. That might be other states too, but if they see that out of state license plate, they know that you won't fight the ticket, so then you'll get so then they'll give the ticket. So that is what it is. I mean, I shouldn't have been speeding, but it just kind of sucks. Oh well, man. I don't know. It just sucks. I mean, if I would have saw some good tornadoes today and then got a speeding ticket, I'd be like, oh, whatever, man. But no good tornadoes plus a speeding ticket. That's about. It doesn't get any worse than that, but we'll try to keep the positive vibes going. But I'm not gonna lie, I did not realize what the speed limit was. So that's, I guess, what you gotta always pay attention to. These storms down here are gonna try and be surface based, but I don't know if they do it or not. We'll pull off somewhere and watch them, I guess. Pull off somewhere and just watch these things. So Not right here. We'll go a little farther up. Let me find. I'll find a road, guys. I'll find a road up here. So, oh, man, gosh dang it. Well, you know what? I did the crime. I did the crime. I did the crime. So I did the crime, and they're gonna ticket me for doing the crime. I mean, it makes sense, but I think it's a little bit silly how they. I think it's a little bit silly for an $87 citation or whatever it was to turn into over $190 because of court fees. It's like, why are you paying a, like, I don't know, maybe I'm out of the loop, but why are you paying a fee to the court? Why are you paying a fee to the court when you're not going to court? Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why am I paying a court fee for not even showing in court? That doesn't make any sense. But we got a nice storm. We got a nice storm right here. So we got a supercell. Someone in the chat explain that to me because I don't understand how that works. Hey, Elaine, you don't have to do that, but I really appreciate it. That honestly, that means a lot to me. So, Elaine, thank you for saying that. That's very nice. You know, it just depends on the officers. Hey, Trey, you don't have to do that, but I appreciate it, bro. This is a really nice looking storm. It really is. This is a nice looking storm. In this storm, this is kind of the potential we had today, but those mergers just kind of really, you know, killed everything. But we're just gonna sit here and watch. Almost to 300 likes, guys. Make sure to smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate every single one of you guys. And see, okay, so you see this. I'm gonna explain this to you guys. So you have your main updraft right there, where my finger is. That main updraft. And then see on the southwest flank how you have new updrafts going up. So that's what's been happening today. We'll get a big updraft like this, and you'll have updrafts going up on the southwestern flank. And that has killed everything. That has killed everything. So some great lightning on this guy. Some good lightning on this thing, and it's just now ramping up. So this has a chance to be okay. Well, the outflow boundary is going to kill it. I think the outflow boundary. I think that outflow boundary might kill this thing. So it might be dead. We'll have to see. It's a nice supercell. You got a big volt up there. It's rotating. Now, is it going to die from the outflow boundary? Yeah. Um, is it going to die from that outflow boundary? Yeah, probably. Um, is it a nice storm? Yeah, for now. It's cool. It's cool looking. Wow. Nice storm here. The winds are still out of the south, so it's not completely dead by the outflow boundary yet. Might be soon. Might be soon. If it doesn't turn right, it'll die. I mean, I think it'll die even if it does turn right. But I'm just gonna get out of the car and enjoy the moment for just a second. Some birds just squeaking in the distance here. Hey, Tracy. Tracy, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Thank you so much, Tracy. That I appreciate that. Running Reb, thank you for the $10 dono. Everyone spam W Tracy and W Running Reb in the chat. Am I chasing tomorrow? Yes, Mark, I believe I am. Still in Kansas. Still in Kansas, yes. And we got a nice little storm. We got a nice little storm here out here in Kansas. We're starting to lose that sunlight. Yeah, hey, Running Reb, I got all the exams done. I got the exams done this morning. I'm going to have some more exams here before I get done with the semester, but appreciate it. Appreciate the support, guys. Looking at tomorrow, it looks like probably Texas is going to be the move for me. And the next day as well, looks like probably Texas, I think. Part of me just doesn't want to chase tomorrow because I'm so burnt out, and I don't think there's going to be tornadoes, but I don't know. We have a nice little supercell right here with some rotation, but that outflow boundary is sagging south. Maybe if that outflow boundary doesn't hit it, it'll do something. I don't know. It's got a lot of lightning on it. That's pretty cool. I was at one point considering chasing like in Ohio tomorrow, but it looked like it really had taken a downtrend. So Yeah, it looked like it wasn't going to recover from the morning convection there. Well, yeah, it still kind of looks that way to me. So at one point it did have a lot of potential there down in like Ohio or up in Ohio. I still think somewhere in like Pennsylvania tomorrow will do something. I'm obviously not going to drive all the way up to Pennsylvania, but I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some pretty strong supercells up in Pennsylvania, southern New York, maybe an isolated tornado or two up there. Would not shock me at all. Now we're starting to get some lightning on these storms on the left side of the screen. We got more storms going up. We might have another supercell like this go up here soon. Yeah, but you're gonna have some nice storms in Ohio, far northern Ohio maybe, and then eastern or western Pennsylvania to southern New York tomorrow. So anyone out there in the Midwest and the Rust Belt, keep an eye on it. Um, I thought maybe there'd be stuff across northwestern Ohio, which would be much easier for me to reach. But right now, Wednesday doesn't look too good either, but that can change. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to start heading. I don't know. I need to do some thinking here. But yeah, up towards like Erie, Pennsylvania, and like yeah, I could see a couple tornadoes up there tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me, man. Wouldn't surprise me, guys. We have a nice supercell right in front of us here. The dew points look a little bit lacking. The dew points are lacking, so maybe not, but we got some great storm structure here, guys. I think that supercell's kind of getting hit by that outflow boundary, so man, that speeding ticket just really sours the whole day, doesn't it, guys? That just sucks. That just sucks. It's okay. I was speeding, so hey. Technically, I can't be too mad. I was speeding, but it just kind of like, okay, dude. I feel like they got better stuff to do than giving out tickets for that, but I feel like if you're going 20 over or more, then hey, I feel like at that point you should probably maybe get a ticket, but I think it really depends. Like, I don't think you should speed regardless, so I shouldn't have been speeding, but if you're on an open road in the middle of nowhere, it's one thing to speed going 10, 15 miles an hour over on an open road in the middle of nowhere than it is to speed in like the middle of a town with like traffic or people. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference. Or like obviously if you speed in a school zone, like okay, like you're asking for it at that point, but um like there's a difference to me between hey, you're going okay, you accidentally got a little bit of lead foot on the open country road, and then okay, you're going through the middle of a downtown going like 50 and a 30. Like there's a big difference to me, but like I said, if you have an out of state, if they see you have an out of state plate, I don't know, maybe if I had Kansas plates, they would have done the same thing, but if they see you have an out of state plate, you're kind of guaranteed to get a ticket there. Oh, there's a tornado warning near Lawton now. Whoa, what the heck just happened? There's now like a supercell near Lawton trying to produce. That's crazy. And now there's a tornadic supercell going up in Iowa. Great, great, great. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to produce a tornado, but you never know, it might. Yeah, dude, that just is a sucky situation. Just a tough situation. Thank you guys for liking the stream. We're almost to 300 likes. Come on, we can push. We can push for it. Let's get to 300 here. Altus? Yeah, there's some storms by Altus. Yeah, guys, I'm in a sour mood now for sure because of the circumstances. But you know what? It is what it is. Can't go change the past, right? So we got cool storms right here, so that's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. We got a nice supercell right here. Got a nice supercell. You can see it's tilted. It's got that tilted cloud on it. I wonder if that tornado warning in Iowa is going to do anything or not. If I had to guess, I'd say no, but you never know. Doesn't look like there's going to be a tornado near Lawton. Or, sorry, that was all the way west of Lawton. That's near Schneider and Altus and Tipton. Doesn't look like it's going to happen there. Still got some nice storms here, guys. Hey, there's still some nice storms. I'll keep streaming it for you guys. There's always like the 1% chance one of these goes crazy, maybe. But I'm not loving it. crazy as far as like tornadoes go. I think obviously there's going to be lightning and stuff. I don't think we're going to see any tornadoes, but we're going to have a cool lightning storm for a little bit. So I just kind of got to sit here and decide what I want to do tomorrow, if I want to chase or not. Yeah, Supercell's like right on the outflow boundary now. It's probably, you'd think it would die out here soon, but maybe not. It's really pretty out here. These storms right here, they're not tornado storms for sure. Like I said, there's a 1% chance. I don't even know if there's a 1% chance, so I don't know. But I really clickbaited you guys with that title. I said major tornado risk because there really was at one point, but um, sometimes things, don't work out. If you guys want to chill, ask some questions in the chat. I'm gonna be in chat reading whatever you guys have to say here for the next few minutes here. Ben, go find a motel, pop an adult beverage, and watch a movie. Yeah, go see the girlfriend and let her cheer me up. Might have to. Storm Chaser Braden, thank you so much for the $2 donations. Have I seen anything good on the storm yet? Not really. Some good lightning. That's probably the extent of things. So, hey, maybe something will happen tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be a good chase. I'm trying to debate if I want to. I don't know. I got a few options, guys. So I don't know. What do you guys think I should do? I guess so I could go chase tomorrow. I'd probably be down in Texas, like northern Texas, like where I could have already been today. I should have just stayed down there, honestly. Um, if I knew this was going to happen, I obviously would have stayed in Texas, but you don't know this is going to happen, um, so I could go down to Texas. That means I wouldn't want to go home tonight. I'd probably just want to go down to like Oklahoma City, maybe. Not a bad drive, maybe 3 hours down there. I could get there by midnight, and then I'd be close to tomorrow's risk. Or I could, and then I'd also be there for Wednesday. Wednesday's in the same area down there in Oklahoma. Or I could go home, work for a couple of days, make some money back for my ticket, make some money back for my ticket, and then get on the next chase, whenever that is. But that means I probably wouldn't go Wednesday either. I need to look at some more models and just kind of see if it really looks good tomorrow and Wednesday, then sure, I'd chase. Dude, I mean, we're probably gonna get big storms tomorrow, like pretty good storms too. So, hmm, I don't know about I don't know about sorry, not Sunday. Wednesday doesn't look too great, so I hate to go down there all only for just tomorrow, And then if I wouldn't want to go all the way down there maybe for just one chase, especially if I don't think there's gonna be a tornado. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like tomorrow for anything tornadic. So, but then there's also the chance I wake up in the morning and it looks really good. So there's also a chance I wake up and it looks really good. So I still always had kind of thought like the Ozarks had some potential, but it looks like that outflow boundary is going to sag too far to the south. Tomorrow just looks like a big mess, guys. It looks like you're gonna maybe have an outflow boundary, but it might not be orientated right. Or it could be. It just depends. It's just kind of hard to say because of you're gonna get a nice storm. But for me, I got to think about, okay, my goal trying to chase is like, yes, I want to have some fun, but I'm trying to grow my channel, right? So to be real with you guys, if I'm going to chase non-tornadic storms tomorrow in Texas, and there's all the big chasers are live, like Brandon Kopic and Connor Croft and um, Storm Runner Media and Freddie Mc. It's all those people. Reed, if all those people go down to Texas and chase tomorrow, I'm probably not going to really get any viewers, right? So, and if there nothing's happening, like there's not a tornado, I'm definitely not going to get very many viewers. So it's like, okay, there's not much upside. There's not much upside in me going down there, if that makes any sense. Like, it'd be one thing if there's maybe going to be tornadoes and maybe, hey, I'd be on like Max Velocity stream or whatever with a tornado. Like, that's different. But if there's not really going to be tornadoes, and then it's kind of like, okay, I don't know. But then also, what if there is tornadoes? Then it might be worth it. But that's just my dilemma. So you can see the outflow boundaries pushing south now on us. So um, that's my dilemma there. So, and then the thing is like, okay, if Wednesday looked like a good chase day, then it would be like, okay, I'm not just going down there for one day, I'm going down there for 2 days. But if Wednesday doesn't look good, then it's like, And then maybe a setup will happen closer to home, like Arkansas or Oklahoma. So I don't know, guys. I might just head home and shoot. I don't know. I don't know what I should do. It might be more worth for me to save my mileage on my car, save money, just go home. So Texas. Okay, so I'm looking at Texas on Wednesday now, and there's potential there. Like, there actually is potential there. So, whoa, there is a lot of potential. So maybe Wednesday would be good. So maybe I should just go down there. Storms don't really fire in the right spot, but there's a lot of potential. The wind shear is good. The setup looks pretty good. So, tough choice. Now the thing is, I could always go home, and then if it looks really good in the morning, head down there. And it's DFW, so on Sunday it looks like kind of DFW. There might be a setup in the Ohio River Valley. It doesn't look like it though. Probably not. Hmm. See, I want to decide soon because if I want to go home and work tomorrow, I don't want to get home past like 1, right? So, dude, maybe I should just send it to Ohio. I don't know. I could send it to Ohio. I could get to Cleveland by, let's see what time storms fire in Ohio at like 11 a.m. I could get to Cleveland. That might be a way to lose money, is going to Cleveland, Ohio. Oh my gosh, it's 14 hours. I'm not doing that. I could get there right as storms are going off tomorrow. Oh gosh. No, I was originally interested if it was like going to be Northwest Ohio, but it doesn't look that good anymore, so not going to be that tomorrow. And then I maybe gotta look more at like Thursday. What is it gonna look like Thursday? Um, Friday, Saturday. It's been a pretty solid week of chasing. I've been pretty excited with what I've been able to see. And of course, I could have executed a couple setups better, but chase. It's not the storm; it's the chaser that matters. How many more semesters until graduation? Elaine, if I really wanted to, I could do it in 2 semesters. I could do it in 2 more semesters, but I think I'm gonna stretch it out to 3. Because I'm going to try to make the chasing thing work. And if I want to try to make the chasing thing work, I'm not going to want to do like, 15 credit hours or 16 credit hours. I'll probably want to spread those out a little bit. So, but probably 3 semesters I could do it. What models are you looking at when I look? Usually the HRRR. If it's within 48 hours, I look at the HRRR. So it's just the HRRR. I just call it the HRRR. And then if it's And then if it's farther out than 2 days, I usually look at the NSSL MPass RT. It's a long name right there. And then if it's outside of 3 or 4 days, I look at the GFS and the European model. So those kind of models are and there's some other ones that I look at too, but those are kind of the models that I base my forecast on. That's what and maybe the RAP. But those are kind of the models that I like base my forecast on. Like I will look at other models and like, of course, I'll look at all the models because if you want to be a good chaser, you got to look at everything from different angles, right? So you can't just look at 1 or 2 models because what if that model's wrong one day? But models are complicated and they all have their own biases. And it just really depends, guys. Okay, so tomorrow's going to depend on, I'm not going to lie, I don't love tomorrow, guys. Like, I really don't think it's going to be worth me driving how many hours down to tomorrow. Let's see where it would be. It'd be like, I'm just going to say it'd be like Wichita Falls or something. That'd be like an average area. So let's see, let's see how far I am from home. I'm going to figure this out here and then I'll end the stream. Let me see how far I am from home. Okay, so I'm 3.5 hours from home. That's not bad. I can get home by 1 in the morning. Um, I am from Wichita Falls. I'm 5.5 hours. So well, I'm only 2 hours more from Wichita Falls. So that's not bad, actually. I mean, drive 2 extra hours and I'd be down there. Huh. It's not bad. I'm going to be able to chase 2 days. And then it looks like there might be another day over in, let me see here. Chase tomorrow. I even think tomorrow could be interesting out in like far southwestern Texas. I don't know if I'd want to even do that, but if I was in, if I was in Oklahoma City, I could keep it in play. And then probably Thursday doesn't really look like a chase day, so ooh, it could be a chase day, but probably not. Oh, wow. Big old bug on my window. Well, regardless of whether I go down to Oklahoma City or go down to my house, I gotta start heading down on the same highway regardless. So I'm gonna go ahead and start heading that way here, guys. So let me see, how many people do I have in here? You guys wanna chill in here? Hey, 307 likes. Hey, you know what, guys? This was a pretty good stream for my standards. This is a pretty good stream. So guys, Hey Riley, what's up? All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here in a minute. I'll post something on my social media on Twitter. You guys need to go follow me on Twitter if you're not already. But I'll post something over there if I go chase tomorrow. So there's still tornado warnings by Lawton. They don't look like strong circulations at all. So all right, guys, let me hold on here. Let me get on here to end this stream here. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Today's bus scenario, I'm not gonna lie, there's actually a couple of models that showed exactly what happened today. A couple of models actually showed that happening. So it really wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Riley, thank you so much. Hey, G-May, thank you. Tyler, thank you for joining us, everyone. It really wasn't completely I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you, Jose. I'm gonna end the stream in like a couple minutes here. Let me just get it up. It really wasn't completely unexpected. there definitely was a chance for this to happen, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of overlooked it, guys. Kind of overlooked it a bit, but hey, it is what it is. We had a little bit better of a stream today than we've had in the past, so yeah, I love the lightning too. I'm gonna go ahead and get to where I need to get going. So, guys, I'm gonna go down to El Dorado, Kansas, and that's gonna be kind of the. I have a fork in the road down there, so I got to just drive about 50 minutes south, and then and about at about 10:30, I'll have to decide if I want to drive the last 2.5 hours home or whatever, or if I want to go ahead and drive the extra time down to Texas. It really might be worth it because I'm 3 hours from home. Or I'm 3.5 hours from home. I'm only about 5 or 6 hours from Texas, so it's really only an extra 2 hours, 2.5 hours to chase for 2 days. So it may be worth it. The only thing is I don't really feel like car camping tonight, so I might have to. Yeah, I might have to like find a motel for like $60 or something. But all right, guys, thank you for tuning in. We saw probably, honestly, out of all the chasers today, I think we had the coolest storm. So shout out to us. So, on that note, see you guys next time.